walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. Sorry, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. I know I made all mistakes. I need your love with me for life. Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. Oh, yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy. But I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. I know I'm far from perfect. Oh, yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. I know I'm far from perfection, but I know I can make it work. Feels like I'm crazy, everybody knows my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain.
Hi everyone. Hello. Happy Monday. Hi everyone. How's everyone doing out there? Oh, I need my light on. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone doing well? Let me see who we have here. Let me see who we have. Ooh, we don't got that many. We don't have that many messages yet. Weird. Weird. Hello, Doug. Hello, Doug. Love to have you here, Doug. Woot woot, of course. We got Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. Glad to see you here, Outer Signal, of course. We got Skittish Kitten. Good morning, Skittish Kitten. Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here. Demosthenes, also known as Vaporous Orb. Hello, Demosthenes / Vaporous Orb. Hello. Meowzord. You know what? Marcus, yeah, no. I can't, if Marcus says hello to me one more time, I'm gonna lose my shit. Hello, Meowzord. Welcome. Oh, the horrors that await us today. That's for sure, Doug. I'm excited for it, you guys. As always in the mood for the horrors. Where's my stick? Where's my stick? You know, I'll find my stick here in a second. I need my staff. You know what? I think it's better if we have I think it is better if we have the hand anyway, because we're all going to be dying soon. So, okay. All right. So, how we got here? How dare you, JDH? How dare you? All of you saying Marcus says hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. You won't believe what happened today. And hi, what happened here? I'm sure it's great, and I'm sure it's great news, right? I'm sure it's fantastic news. Victoria. Hello, Victoria. Now, why the hell is Victoria's comment not appearing in the multi-chat? What the hell? Why is Victoria's comment not appearing in the multi-chat, but everyone else's is? What is that about? What is that about? I'm confused. Bag sale today. I'm excited. Not too many people here, and they open in 15. Oh, bag sale. That's great, Doug. Great job. There we go. Now Victoria's appearing. Why didn't it work before? It's just you said hey, but it wasn't working. Who knows? It's working now. Okay, guys. So, all right. Alyssa's here. Hello, Alyssa. All right. Okay. So, I thought we first of all, as always, we have a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about. And I don't even know. Hello, Louise. I don't even know where to start. I have no idea. Right? Yeah, sorry. I have no idea where to start. I thought we could maybe watch Trump's presser from yesterday, but like at the same time, uh, I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired. Okay, of him. Okay, you know what? So we'll just watch a little bit of it. Maybe get people. Yeah, I know I should. I know, Meowzord, I really should. I know, Meowzord, I should ignore him. I should ignore him. We'll just watch a few minutes of it while people come in, and then I will move over to the important stuff, okay? So we'll just watch a little bit of Trump here, and then that'll be it, okay? I don't want to torture anyone, and also, my face is gone. Yeah, this is from last night, because yeah. So, but just to see what's being said, etc. I keep being told by my kids not to doom scroll. Oh, I get it, Louise. I get it. I get it. Uh, oh, it's about Greenland. Trump is even more angry. Oh, I'm sure, Hiyori, because he's a whiny little bitch baby. Okay. Oh gosh, I'm already starting off with the cursing. This is a bad sign. Ass pain. Hello, ass pain. I'm sorry. Butt pain. Hello, butt pain. Gluteal myalgia. Love that. Love that name. Welcome back. Gluteal myalgia. All right. Okay. Let's see what Trump was saying last night. Oh, he did good, guys. Good. 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 Love that. Love to go skiing in ass pain. There you go, Meows. So I'm so excited to hear that, JDH. Him talking about bombing Iran again. Love that for us. Let's see what the where do you watch? I should, Doug. I really should. Let's see what Trump has to say, shall we? Maybe you guys now. I'm warning you. I know, JDH. I know we're bombing Syria too. Isn't that great? I love that. Love that. I've always loved things that go boom and kill lots of people. You know, I just personal preference. Really like that for humanity. Now let's go on here and watch what some of what Trump has to say. Now I am warning you all. Yeah, it went so well for the U.S. last time, right, Louise? So well for us. You know, we had American Empire and all. You know that it went great for us, went great for the world, went great for the Middle East. Real spectacular A real brilliant move here by Trump. Okay, so let's see here. Let's watch some of Trump. Now, I am warning you, we are on vertical. We're on vertical, and God knows, whenever I start watching anything to do with Trump, we get swamped with, well, um, Trump supporters. So, if while we're doing this, just to warn you, we might get some Trump supporters in here. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we won't. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Let's go.
Nice grouping this is. This is really nice. Look at this. It's going to be very rough in about 10 minutes, so we'll have to go a little bit quickly. They just said very, very rough.
Sir, on Iran, have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
No, they're starting to, it looks like, and
Hello, Matt.
there seem to be some people killed that aren't
There seem to be some people killed. That is the genius statement of a brilliant man.
supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously.
Yeah, this is creepy. Yeah, I know Hiyori and Louise mentioned this. Why is Caroline Levitt sitting, like lurking in the background right behind this curtain? Do you see that? Like, yeah, JDH, thousands have been killed in Iran. But like, do you see, yeah, I know. You're right, Skiddishkin. That's part of the reason I'm doing this, to be honest with you, Skiddishkin, is because it'll get more people in here. Just to be honest with all of you. So, like, look at this. This is creepy. She's like looking up at him like a child in awe. Okay, that's just weird. It's just, you see my, like, okay, weird. Mithril is here. Hello, Mithril. So, okay, that's just weird.
The military's looking at it, and we're looking at some.
Victoria, you're not wrong, Victoria. You're not wrong. I feel like she's saying that in her head. Yeah, she's one of his kids for sure.
Very strong options. We'll make it determined.
So right,
Which options
Gluteal
have you been
myalgia.
briefed on? Are you meeting with senior officials?
I'm going to tell you the.
Are you meeting with
Am I going to really? Are you asking me to say what will they do? Where will we attack? When? And at what angle will we attack from?
Are you
Who are
considering
you with?
I'm pretty sure that's not what she asked. I'm
I'm with the U.S. White House TV pool. I'm wondering, are you being briefed on?
You know what? I appreciate her sass. Did you guys hear that? He said, "What outlet are you with?" She goes, "I'm with the White House TV press corps." So that's funny. As she's not telling him what outlet she's with. She's like, "Oh, I'm just part of the White House press corps." What do you mean? Okay.
Network are you?
I'm with CNN, sir.
Why don't you just say I'm with CNN? She says I'm
Yeah,
with
Meowsworth.
the White House pool, and I say what? You're with CNN. You're with
I'm with CNN,
you're
yeah.
with fake news.
Iran
Because
said-
CNN
Okay.
is fake news.
Iran
Go
said-
ahead, give me a question.
Can
Love
I ask
that.
how you're balancing and how you're deciding your response, the balance between helping protesters versus hindering them? Because I imagine that's a delicate balance to strike.
I mean, some of the protesters
You're
were
right, Meowsworth.
killed through the stampeding. I mean, there's so many of them.
God,
And-
she's in love, isn't she? I'm having trouble not looking at Caroline Levitt because it's like watching a romance movie. Like, I feel like we're in The Notebook. How she's looking at the back of Trump's head. Okay.
Some were shot. Are we getting a full report? I'm getting an hourly report, and we're going to make a determination.
Sir, on Cuba.
Sir, the son of the deposed Shah, and some military leaders are encouraging you to take action in Iran.
Right?
Is
RL
that
would
a
be
serious
terrifying.
option in
It would be
Iran?
terrifying.
People have been shot, and we're looking at it. Yeah, please.
Yeah, you know what, Louise? I'm starting to think that maybe. Yeah, you're right, Skitchin. I'm almost think she's trying to. She's using the back of his head as a mirror because of that bald spot. Maybe she's trying to make sure her makeup is okay or something. I don't know, but it looks very romantic, doesn't it? She also, you're right. She looks very well. Hello, welcome, Retro Asher. Yeah, okay.
Go to Venezuela, or Secretary Rubio going to go to Venezuela anytime soon?
Are you going to
We're
meet
doing well. Venezuela is really working out well. We're working along really well with the leadership, and we'll see how it all works out.
Oh, good.
Meeting with Delsey to go.
At some point I'll meet. Yeah, she's been very good. Look, she asked us, can we take 50 million barrels of oil? And I said, yes, we can. It's $4.2 billion. And it's on its way right now to the United States.
Who's going to refine it? Are they just going to? Is it going to be refined in the United States? Like, I need to look into the details of this because the oil companies don't seem too happy about it, and I suppose the oil processing companies will be happy about it because they don't have to extract it; they'll just be able to process the heavy crude. But this whole thing is so stupid. I'm tired of it. I just want make it end. Everyone, please make it end. Just make it end. That's why I'm having this. I have this in my hand because we're all gonna die soon. It feels like okay. Anyway, yeah, aren't we bribing them to refine it? Maybe Skiddishkin. I honestly have to look into it more. I have to look into it more.
When will you meet?
Gluteal myalgia. I heard Trump was trans, but he couldn't do the transition surgery since there wasn't enough viable material. Okay, that's good. Yeah, exactly, RL. He's pissed at Exxon, even though they won't kiss his stanky ass. Absolutely, it's insane. I did not get a haircut. I cleaned my hair right before I got on stream, but I need to get a haircut. I will say that. Welcome. I have a treat for you. Yeah, exactly, Louise. He's very unhappy with ExxonMobil and a lot of the oil companies because they're saying it's not investable, which I think is hilarious because didn't you figure that out before you did the invasion? Like it just shows that we didn't think ahead. So not only is it not only is it an authoritarian power grab that is against international law and a violation of my morals, at least, it is just done incompetently.
With Machado this week.
Looking for something to grab here because it's going to get rough, and I don't seem to be in a very. I think you did this to me. You put me in a position where there's absolutely nothing to grab. So I'm looking for something.
Come on, there's plenty of women standing around. Aren't you used to grabbing them inappropriately? There's plenty of stuff to grab, Trump. I mean, there's plenty. Knowing you, remember what Trump famously said? When you're rich, you can grab them by the. You see what I mean? Like, so I am kind of surprised he's not just grabbing the women around him. That's normally what he does. So I think it's simply not true. Look at that. By the way, look at the joke. Look at the joy in Caroline Levitt's face. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. She's just, she's so awestruck. Awestruck. I don't, okay.
Thing to grab, and it's not going to be Caroline.
Oh, there it is. There's the joke. And that is really disgusting, by the way. You know what? I'm going to go back. Did he just say, I'm looking for somebody to grab and it's not going to be Caroline? That, guys, okay.
So I'm looking for something to grab, and it's not going to be Caroline.
See, guys, like that's really dark, though. That is so dark. Like, it really is a very dark joke because we know what he has said before. And also that's kind of flirting with her, right? That's kind of flirting sounds too innocent. That's kind of like harassing her a little bit. Okay. Like, all right.
Mr. President, oil companies make commitments to you, sir.
She thinks it's hilarious. Ha 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 ha. God, calm down, Caroline Levitt. Jesus. There are toys you can use. You don't need to. Okay, get off on him. All right. Let's see here. There's grab. Poor KKK Caroline got so excited. Dear leader was going to touch her. It certainly seems like it. I have a treat for you, Louise. Yeah. She's not grabbing Caroline because she's too. Oh my God, JDH, you're so right. You're so right. Imagine having zero morals or boundaries. I know. It's almost like he's a sociopath or something. Okay.
Have any oil companies made commitments to the United States after your meeting on Friday, sir? Yeah. Which have Exxon, Cadogo?
No, I don't want to say. No, I didn't like Exxon's response. We have so many that want it. I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out.
Both, Meowsord, right? Both. Okay.
I didn't like their response.
Oh my God,
They're playing too cute.
Gluteal myalgia.
What backstops or guarantees
Yeah.
have you told the oil companies that you're willing to provide?
Guarantees that they're going to be safe, that there's going to be no problem, and there won't be.
You know, it's kind of like Avatar. If anyone remembers, if you've ever seen Avatar, like he's like, "Don't worry, we'll protect you while you're on the forest moon of Endor or whatever, and you're trying to harvest this oil from the planet. We'll protect you from the natives." Sounds very colonial, doesn't it? Okay.
It's not going to be a problem.
Oh, Louise, you're not wrong. You know, maybe I should talk about this sometime, Louise. The parallels between Nero and Trump, very similar in a lot of ways.
They had problems in the past because they didn't have Trump as a president. They had stupid people.
You're saying that they would if Cuba makes a deal.
What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba? What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba?
find out pretty soon. We're talking to Cuba, and you'll find out pretty soon. And one of the things I want taken care of, and one of the groups I want taken care of, are the people that came from Cuba that were forced out or left under duress, and they're great citizens of the United States right now.
Wait, what the hell? What did he say? I'm sorry. I'm really having trouble understanding what he means.
Duress, and they're
What?
great
Wait.
citizens.
Sorry.
Pretty soon. We're talking to Cuba, and you'll find out pretty soon. And one of the things I want taken care of, and one of the groups I want taken care of, are the people that came from Cuba that were.
Oh, okay. What he's saying, guys, I can tell you. So the people that left, that's true, Hiyori. The people that left Cuba were largely Cubans who were business owners and things like that, who felt that they were going to be oppressed by the new communist regime under Castro. And a lot of them were very mad because they had their wealth taken from them. And a lot of them were wealthier to begin with. And so what he is saying is that he wants Cuba to pay reparations to the people that fled Cuba during the revolution. That is what I'm guessing that he's saying.
That are left under duress, and they're great citizens of the United States right now.
I'll take a look at that, Luis.
You have a lot of people forced out of Cuba unfairly, so we're going to take care of, most importantly right now, we're going to take care of the...
No. They weren't forced out of Cuba. They decided to leave because they didn't want to give up their wealth. And, you know.
People that came from Cuba that are American citizens or in our country.
Do you plan to seize any oil tankers that are headed to Cuba?
Well, we have a lot of oil people really interested. You saw that the other day. That was just a small group because the room in the White House, we need the ballroom, actually. We could have filled up the ballroom practically. We have so many people that want to go in for oil. So you saw some great companies.
Are you going to send Starlink?
It's just gross. I don't even know what to say about it, how they're like bragging. Yeah, they're great citizens of the U.S. right now, meaning that's a good, you know, Victoria, I didn't think about that. That's a good point. I would love to, okay, yeah. I need to really listen to that, Louise. It sounds good.
Link to Iran, sir, to help the people in the ground with the internet blackout for more than 72 hours.
We're going to be talking about that. We may get the internet.
Of course, Elliot
going.
Waffles. Welcome, Elliot.
We may speak to Elon. Because as you know,
Elon, gonna speak to Elon. I feel like he almost looks like he has Tourette's syndrome whenever he refers to Elon Musk. I don't know.
He's very good at that kind of thing. He's got a very good company, so we may speak to Elon Musk. And in fact, I'm going to call him as soon as I'm finished with you.
Just quickly, Iran said that they would consider.
That's going to be about the rare earth minerals in Venezuela that Elon Musk wants access to.
Military and commercial bases as legitimate targets if you struck. Are you concerned about?
If they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it.
Do you think
I have options that are so strong. So I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
Wow, it's like Emperor Palpatine. Oh, welcome, Lee Lane. That's good. I don't even know what to say to that. It's like, let's power up the Death Star. We'll just wipe out their planet. Yeah. Right, Meowzord.
I think so. Don't you think so, CNN? Don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out.
Correct,
Don't you
RL.
think, and then you just had Venezuela. Don't you think, she says, CNN, do you think they take your threat seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all of the things we've
Read
done?
Elliot.
What a
Hey,
stupid
Drusilla.
question. Go ahead.
Are you coordinating with
What a stupid
allies on the
president. How about
response
that?
to Iran?
Mr. President, when will you meet with Maria Correa?
Jonas, I know you're not
this week?
talking about me. You must be talking about Trump,
No,
and in which
you're
case
just
that's
here Wednesday.
disgusting,
I look
Jonas.
forward to that.
Have you named your board of peace for Gaza yet? Where do those plans
We have a
stand?
board of peace that's being formed, but essentially it's the
does,
most
Drusilla.
important leaders of the most important nations. All nations, but the most important, you take the most important leaders and nations, that's who the board of peace is going to be. Everybody wants to be on it.
Yeah, Meowzord.
One group taking your threat seriously is one area taking your threat. The New York Post.
New York Post treats me semi-fairly. So go ahead.
One group taking your threats very seriously is Greenland. Are you still thinking of military action there, or is there anything they can?
Where? Military?
Greenland. Greenland.
Oh,
Is there
okay, fair,
anything
Jonas.
they can offer you for a deal?
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you? Either like
Yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Are you okay if that compromises NATO? If NATO effectively ceases to exist
I've
in
done
order
a great job. I'm the one that saved NATO. I'm the one that got them to pay 5.5% of GDP. Wait a minute. It was 2%, and they didn't pay. Now they're paying 5%. I'm the one that saved NATO. You wouldn't have NATO.
Right,
if I
guys.
weren't
For the
president.
Europeans in chat, who here feels that Trump saved NATO, quote unquote, saved NATO? Do we think that Trump saved NATO? Do we feel that Trump saved NATO? Regardless of what you think of NATO, do we feel that Trump saved NATO? Because I can guarantee you he did not. He has been divisive. He has created tensions within NATO. He has weakened NATO substantially. That is just like obviously not true. Like all of his actions, his comments about NATO, his demands on NATO allied nations, has just his love affair with Putin. All of these things have weakened NATO. I mean, this is just like factually untrue. I mean, I guess it's sort of subjective because what does it mean to weaken or strengthen or whatever it may be? But no, he has not strengthened NATO. I'll tell you what. You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Drusilla? Don't calm down. I want you to be. I want you to go all out. Okay. I will say this though. You know who's really strengthened NATO? You know who's strengthened NATO more than Trump has? Putin. Putin has strengthened NATO more than Trump ever has by being an aggressive authoritarian who's attacking his neighbors. He has really expanded NATO. So really, we should give Putin credit for uniting NATO and strengthening it far more than we give it to Trump. All right. So good job, Putin. I guess. And for those out there who don't like NATO, by the way, and I understand that, just remember, if you don't like NATO, you should really not like Putin because Putin is the one strengthening NATO every single day. Okay.
consider doing that?
Well, maybe NATO would be upset if I did it. Maybe NATO would save a lot of money. But I like NATO. You know, I just wonder whether or not if we needed NATO, would they be there for us? I'm not sure they would. You know, we spend a lot of money on NATO.
Yeah, who's going to attack us? That will mean NATO will have to come to our aid. There you go, Drusilla. Gotta love Putin for that, right? Why would NATO? I mean, no offense to NATO, but who's going to attack us that would need NATO to come to our aid, right? I don't know. Okay. Anyway,
I'm not sure they would.
yeah, we do, JDH. Guys, by the way, the Greenland thing, you do know that we already have an agreement with Denmark that allows us basically to put as many troops there as we want. Like, we already basically have an open military access agreement with Greenland. So clearly this has nothing to do with wanting to protect, yeah, outer. Oh, that's a good point, Outer Signal. NATO did follow the U.S. into Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, oh, that's a really good point, Gifted Gauze. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. So, okay. So, what was I going to say here? Oh, yes. So the idea that we need Greenland for protection is complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. Like, there's no, like, we already, so obviously it's about the resources. It's about access to the resources and partially, and it's also about imperialism. Okay. It's about imperialism. YT has deleted 5 comments. Really? That's weird. All right. So that's good. Yeah, 100% Mithril. 100% Mithril. Gifted Gauze. US, yeah, Gifted Gauze. Okay. First of all, Gifted Gauze, I am not pro-American imperialism. I was not pro-America going into Iraq. Not even in the slightest. Not even in the slightest. You say U.S. British lost 2,000 soldiers defending you in Iraq. That is not. That was also in the. I'm not pro-America, but that was also in the UK's economic interest. I got to tell you. Okay. Tony Idiot Blair was also looking for some imperialism, some old British Empire shit in Iraq, okay? So I wouldn't say it was defending us as much as it was British imperialism, too, okay? So, okay. So, but I do know what you mean though. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Now, what's happened is, as you know, Sleepy
Yeah.
Joe Biden
Oh,
gave
yeah. Jonas. Right.
$350
Insane.
billion to Ukraine.
Yeah. Excellent. Gift to gods.
And
Okay.
got nothing for it. I got rare earth back. I got, I think, value back far greater than that. And that's what he should have done. Now, if you look at what's going on with respect to NATO, we have a very good relationship. 5% GDP, and they pay us. We send them military equipment, and they pay us back the full cost of the equipment. The war is, we make money with the war, but I don't even want to talk about that.
So why are you talking? Like, okay, I like it. He's just always open about how he's trying to profit off everything. He's doing like imperialist and extraction just everywhere. Okay. All
I
right.
want to save the lives. They're Russian and Ukrainian lives. I want to save the lives.
Right, guys. Who here thinks that that Trump cares about Russian and Ukrainian lives? I mean, who here? Okay. Oh, Skittish Kitten. That's so weird. Like, what are you saying, Skittish Kitten? That's getting you like I can't. You can't be. I know you're not saying anything horrible. I don't understand why it's blocking you. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I can. Who knows? Okay. Okay. I don't know why that is. Okay. So all right. Good. So can we like? Do we think he cares about? Really? How about this, guys? Let me change something real fast. I don't know why YouTube is being so sensitive today. Give me a second. There we go. Try now. Try those same. Try those same. Try that again. I'm stupid, but I don't think he would ever use nukes. Jim loves. I don't think it's likely, but it is possible, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, right. Like he doesn't give a shit. Trump doesn't give a shit about. Uh, oh, I know. Yori, I just changed a setting, so try it now. Try your comments now. I'll just erase comments that are bad that I can't. We'll see, and then I'll change it if it gets out of hand. But okay. So Trump doesn't care about the lives in Ukraine. He doesn't give. Yeah, there you go. I have a treat for you. There you go. Yeah, he would use nukes, but like I think it's unlikely, but it is possible. More possible than other presidents. Yeah, but again, he's pretty greedy. Yeah, exactly. Jim loves Canada. By the way, Jim, I love Canada too. I forgive you for. Excuse me, not I forgive you. Please forgive us Americans for our batshit crazy president who's an imperialist monster. I respect your sovereignty. Okay, you're completely blocked, Mad Lib. I don't understand that. I'm sorry. I don't know why that is. Forgive me. I don't know. Okay.
That's the only reason I'm doing it. This is Biden's war. Should have never happened.
Yeah,
Never
obviously no.
happened if I were president. This is Biden's war. It's not Trump's war. All I can do
That's
is stop
true,
it.
Elliot.
And I think we're making progress toward stopping it, which would be number 9 1/4. You know what the quarter is, right? Right? Thailand and Cambodia went at it again, but I got to stop very quickly.
Oh, great, guys. Look, now he's ended 9 1/4 wars, apparently. 9 1/4 wars.
I consider that 1/4 of a war.
When was the last time
Have you made a tangible offer to Greenland yet? Have you made an actual offer to Denmark?
I haven't done that, but Greenland should make the deal because
You're right,
Greenland
Meowsword.
does not want to see Russia or China take over.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Greenland wants their independence or to continue in the state they're currently at. I don't think anyone wants. I don't think Greenland wants anyone to occupy them violently. Okay. Gifted Gauze, welcome to the community. You're right. I think we all agree in this community. We have no idea why so many people are in love with this man. I mean, we know, as in, like, we can think about it, psychologically, economically, why people are into him or whatever. But yeah, obviously, us sane folks in here don't know why he is so into it. Okay. All right. All right.
They don't go there. It's very far away from Greenland.
Yeah, Jazz Naz.
And Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that? You know what?
Like, also, I hate how he says that. It's just so condescending. Greenland's defenses are 2 dog sleds. I don't care. I don't care if their only defense is one, like, pea shooter. That doesn't mean you attack them. Like, okay, um,
Their defense is 2 dog sleds. In the meantime, you have
Yeah.
Russian destroyers and submarines and China destroyers and submarines all over the place. We're not going to let that happen.
In the meantime, are you going
And if
to...
it affects NATO, then it affects NATO. But, you know, they need us much more than we need them. I will tell you that right now.
welcome back, G-Man. Why isn't it my favorite YouTuber? Why isn't it my favorite YouTuber? What do you mean? What isn't your favorite? Welcome, G-Man. What isn't your favorite YouTuber? I'm your favorite YouTuber. What do you mean, G-Man? I'm your favorite YouTuber. Okay.
Are you going to
The
increase
UK
the amount
and
of military
Germany-
That's
bases?
a war that should have never happened with Ukraine.
The UK and Germany are discussing plans for a joint NATO mission to protect Arctic security in Greenland. Does that change your calculus at all?
No, look, we're talking about acquiring, not
Yeah, sorry.
leasing, not having it short term. We're talking about
Yeah,
acquiring.
I have a treat. Insane.
And if we don't do it, Russia or China will, and that's not going to happen when I'm president.
Are you going to increase the amount of military
Right, Elliot.
bases?
Remember, guys, I'm going to end the war on day one. On day one, I'm going to end the war. How's that gone, folks? Jim loves Canada. It's only bullies, racists, and rich people that love Trump. Not all rich people, just the fucked up ones. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Jim loves Canada. Okay, yeah, we need to weaken the EU to protect them. So, guys, yeah, brilliant comments. Look at her in the background smiling. Well, Mr. Kincaid, yeah, it's just weird. I know, guys. If we've already mentioned this, but you'll notice what's her face here in the background, like looking up at Daddy Trump real lovingly. Like I said, it's like a romance. It's like a goddamn romance. I hate that might makes right. Yep, he's nothing but a coward with a pedo army. Yep, correct. Correct. Skittish is back. Hey, Skittish Kitten's back. Yay. Vapid. Yes, it's obvious why they don't have anything but self-hate. They use Trump's hatred to make themselves feel better about their miserable self-inflicted lives. You know, yep, that's called scapegoating. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will slightly edit that, Jose, and say, honestly, a lot of the suffering of MAGA is due to our capitalist system and our elites who are looting us all the time. But then Trump is allowing them to misplace that anger by scapegoating. There's a lot of economic suffering out there, and then he's taking that suffering and saying, oh, it's the fault of trans people. Oh, it's the fault of migrants. Oh, it's the fault of the left. And there are people out there who are ignorant and racist and such enough to believe that instead of looking at what the actual problems are that are causing them to feel the way they're feeling. But yes, I generally agree with that. Totally not late stage period. No, of course not. Of course not, glutamyalgia. Not, that glutamyalgia. Are you implying I'm like a Marxist or something? Like, why would you say that? Okay, yeah, of course you're right. Glutamyalgia, right? Totally not late stage capitalism / imperialism talking points at all. Yeah, you know what, Louise? Maybe you should at this point. Maybe everyone else should invade the. I don't know if I can say that on stream. You know, in theory, if any other country had been taken over by a dictator, wouldn't the United States have, brought them freedom? And I put that in quotes because that's not what we would do. But like, maybe people should do that to the United States. Okay. All right.
Is on Greenland in the meantime?
Well, we have bases on Greenland.
Are
Yeah.
you going to do more?
Yeah, it is
A
skittish.
lot of soldiers there right now if I want, but you need more than that. You need ownership. You really need title, as they say in the real estate business.
You're on Minneapolis. Your administration has advocated for
Oh,
absolute
G-Man,
immunity
thank you,
for the
G-Man.
ICE
I'm going
office.
to pause just to say thank you, G-Man. And I'm sorry I'm ignorant and I missed the point of the phrase, but thank you. Free
Shot
Palestine.
Renee Good. How do you define absolute immunity? What does that mean?
Everyone's seen it, and the woman was very violent. She's a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical.
I don't know. I am excited, Jonas, to be confined to the Jersey Strip.
Go
But
and
for
drive.
the officer, absolute immunity. How would you define that?
Well, I'm going to let the people define it. But immunity, you know what immunity means as well as I do.
So that officer
But
should be back on the
people
force.
can't be treating law enforcement that way, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol or our police and men and women. You can't do that. We have,
I know,
law
outer signal.
enforcement
I
in our
don't-
country is doing
I don't
really
blame
well,
other
despite the
countries.
fact that Sleepy Joe Biden.
You kind of say something else too, guys. You have to understand when a country is this aggressive towards its neighbors. This is so obvious. When I say it, you're all going to be like, "Why is he saying that?" We know this, but you know what tends to happen? Countries start forming coalitions and alliances against you to try and counteract your military superiority. And I think he's not thinking ahead. Like, what if there was suddenly a coalition formed against the United States? That would be almost the immediate end of American empire, which would definitely be the opposite of what he wants. Which, I mean, I'm okay with the immediate end of American empire, please. But like, okay, G-Man, thank you so much. Really, G-Man just sent a bunch of, just sent out a bunch of memberships. You know what, G-Man? For that, I'm going to put on the jester hat. Thank you very much. Really, thank you, G-Man. We'll put on the jester hat and the jester collar for G-Man's contribution. Okay. All right, there we go. Thank you, G-Man. Thank you. Okay. So, all right, guys. So, like, it's dumb in every imaginable way. I know. Hey, I don't blame you. I know, gifted gals. I know you. I know. Okay.
Allowed people to pour through an open border. Crime stats just came out. We have the best crime stats.
No, G-Man, you didn't make me do anything, G-Man. As a matter of fact, G-Man, I didn't even say that I would do this at the start of the stream, so I just did this of my own volition. You gave me an excuse to do what I wanted to, G-Man. It wasn't that you're making me do this. Let it be clear, folks, that G-Man did not make me do this. I did it of my own volition. There you go, G-Man.
On record, despite all the
Thank you,
criminals
King K. I
allowed
will
into
look
our
at that,
country,
okay?
We've gotten a lot of them out. We have to respect our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement, whether it's police or ICE or Border Patrol or anybody else.
When it comes to ICE officials, though,
Mr. President, you, well, just to clarify on the absolute immunity, do you believe ICE officers should have absolute immunity?
Oh, great. The volume has to cut out right.
Generally speaking, I mean, these people have been harassed. They're threatened every day. They had
Apparently,
bans out playing, so
disrespecting
they
is now the
couldn't
death
sleep at the
penalty.
hotel. I see what they're doing to them. They're threatening them constantly. And all they're doing is doing what I got elected on. We had millions of people that came into our country that are horrible people that shouldn't be in our country. They're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're people from mental institutions, they're the criminally
Again,
insane.
folks, you know what? I am going to take off the hat and collar. G-Man's kindness did not imply I had to do this, and I'm getting very hot, so I'm going to take off that shit, and I'll put it on in a bit if we get more. Okay, how about that? All right. So, all right. Let's go back. Forgive me, but I'm getting hot already, and I'm going to have to strip
They're
otherwise.
people from prisons. They were allowed to come into our country because Biden was a stupid person, and the people surrounding him, very smart, very vicious, but they have no
Right,
common
skittish
sense,
kitten.
and they're radicalized people. They're radical left people, not radical right. They're radical left people. And all they're doing is what I campaigned on. I won in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote. We won the districts. We won everything. We won the counties. We won the counties by 79%.
Yeah, oh, I know,
I
Gifted
believe.
Gauze.
I campaigned on the Great Border, and now we have a Great Border. But Biden let 25 million people come into this country, and many of those people...
No, he didn't. Guys, 25 million people. The population of the United States is upwards of 300 million. Biden did not let in 25 million people. That is absolutely insane. That would be okay, it doesn't even matter. I can't, like, the fact that he can just spout lies that are so obviously bad. So obviously bad. Okay.
criminals.
And lies.
11,888 murderers, and we want them out.
Oh
and
my
I
God.
won on that. Now,
He's a goddamn murderer. Trump is a goddamn murderer. He's been murdering people. He's been funding regimes that murder people. He's been murdering people in the Caribbean. His agents just murdered a woman. Okay.
people don't talk about it because the border is so secure. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border was one of the reasons I won the election. I've done such a good job on it that nobody wants to talk about it.
There you go,
anymore.
Louise.
The border is totally secure. And now the crime stats
Oh, of
just
course,
came out,
Jazz.
and they're the best numbers since they were taken, and that's like 50 years ago. We have the best crime numbers, despite the fact that a lot of criminals.
But
were
like,
allowed
guys,
into our
again,
country.
I love this talk about the crime numbers, even though the White House is one of the most criminal White Houses in American history, and that's saying a lot, trust me. A lot of crime going on in the White House in American history. But like, he has a lot of it, and in Congress. So apparently that crime doesn't matter. The crime of the tech bros doesn't matter. His crime doesn't matter. The crime of his Justice Department, the crime of his courts, the crime of everything else. So there you go, Mr. Kincaid. He's also backing multiple genocides. So we can, let's talk about crime, shall we? Gladly. Let's talk about crimes against humanity and literal crimes against the Constitution. Okay.
Do you think that
Yeah,
We have
exactly,
to respect
Mithril.
our law enforcement.
Sir, do you believe that deadly force was necessary after watching all the footage a few days have passed? What's your assessment there?
It was highly disrespectful of law enforcement. The woman and her friend were highly disrespectful of law enforcement. You saw that. They were harassing them, were following for.
Oh yeah, so again, you get to get murdered if you're being disrespectful, folks. God, there have been so many of you out there that I would have offed by now, okay? If this was true, I probably shouldn't say that on stream, okay? But like, if like disrespect, guys, if disrespect deserved that response, then y'all better be careful out there, okay? Y'all better be careful out there. All right? You know I'm full of shit. Okay.
For days and for hours. And I think, frankly, they're professional agitators.
But just disrespect.
And I'd like to
Yeah,
find out,
William
and we are
Alger.
going to find out who's.
There
paying
you
for
go,
it.
G-Man. That's a better way of
With their
saying it.
brand new signs and all the different.
No, it
things.
doesn't,
But
Melissa.
these are professional agitators, and law enforcement should not be in a position where they have to put up with this stuff. What that woman.
God, they're such weaklings, aren't they? These armed men. They're so scared about being disrespected. Oh my God, I was disrespected. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. How many of us, by the way, are disrespected in our daily at our jobs? Like most people that work, especially if you work in retail or you work as a teacher or as a nurse, you're getting disrespected on a daily basis by some of the people you're supposed to be helping, right? Like, come on. A lot of us are being disrespected all the goddamn time. They can handle it, right? Nurses out there, which by the way, there's a ton of nurses going on strike right now in New York City, are getting disrespected constantly. You don't hear about them shooting a woman in the face, right? Like, okay, yeah, these agents, they wouldn't last one day as a teacher in America. Not 1 day, not 1 hour. They wouldn't last. They would not last 1 day as a nurse. They would not last 1 day as a cash register operator in a Nordstrom. Okay. Yeah, and meanwhile, they're constantly disrespecting civilians. Weak.
And what her friend and what their other friends were doing to law
Yeah,
enforcement.
G-man.
not just
Masculine
ICE.
Chad
Law
alpha
enforcement
males afraid
is
of everything.
outrageous.
Do ICE officials in your
Can you tell us about your trip to Detroit on Tuesday?
I'm going to be making a trip to Detroit to
Really,
talk
Gluten
about
Mountain?
our unbelievable amount of factories that are opening up all over the country.
Unbelievable.
Many of which are car factories and car plants. We have manufacturing plants opening up at levels that nobody's ever seen before because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have them opening, although they were very happy with the November 5th election. But we have, from Canada they're coming, from Mexico they're coming, from Germany, from Japan, from all over Europe, and from Japan, other places, and from China. They're opening up car factories, car manufacturing
Yeah,
plants
it is.
at levels that we've never seen before. So I'm going to Detroit because they're going to be opening up plants in Detroit.
Gluteomyalgia, given what Jonas has suggested, I will take him up on that offer. Gluteomyalgia, or should I say ass pain, you're going to need to do what Jonas asked, please. Make it a big one. Maybe eat a bunch of prunes beforehand and then send us a pic. And then Jonas, I'll be expecting that. I'll be expecting what you offered.
Or redoing plants, but they're really ripping down old plants and building new. We're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. I mean, think of it. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country,
And if you get it on his face, I'll give you bonus points.
and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, the House passed a 3-year extension of the ACA.
There you go, gluteomyalgia.
If it passed the Senate, would you veto it or allow it to?
I might, yeah, I might.
Sir, do you have any information about the suspicious object that was found at Palm Beach International Airport
No.
before takeoff?
I know nothing about it.
Right. And back
Okay,
on
guys,
Iran,
we're gonna wrap
the
this up here in a
article said
second.
that
I don't know.
protesters are trying to, quote, please you. Do you see it that way? What's your message to
Yeah,
the
exactly,
Iranian
I
Hiyori.
don't know that they're trying to please me.
They do.
named a boulevard after me, but that's pretty pleasing. But I don't think they're trying to please. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me.
Yeah, they will also want freedom, by the way, not only from the Iranian regime, which, you know, they probably do. They actually do want freedom from the Iranian regime, but they also want freedom from American bombs and Israeli bombs and Zionist foreign policy decisions and shit like that. Okay, can we also include that? It's not like they want to replace the mullahs with a American puppet regime that is also influenced by Israel. I suspect I just maybe I'm wrong. I just suspect that the Iranian people are not looking for the kind of quote unquote liberation that Trump is imagining and Netanyahu is imagining. Okay. Okay. You know, whatever.
Trying to get somebody to help them. They're under siege. And now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
Is the administration in contact with Iranian opposition leaders as this is unfolding?
Yeah.
What's the message to them?
No, Jonas, could you send that on Discord? I would like to watch that. His PBD's Fox take on Iran. I would love to see that.
Yeah. You're going to find out pretty soon.
Yeah, no, exactly, Mithril. And you notice that Trump said, and they're being shot, and that's really bad. Well, I guess that doesn't apply to American citizens then, because our protesters are getting shot, and apparently that's okay.
He said that help is on it.
Yeah, go ahead. With the beautiful red hair.
Thank you. We're coming up with the premiere of Melania. Have you seen the movie yet? And what are your thoughts on
I've
it?
seen pieces of it. It's incredible, I tell you. I think it's going to do. You know, she did a book, and the book was a big #1 bestseller. And this is a movie. And,
What the hell is he
it
talking
seems to
about?
be captivating a lot of people's attention. It's very good. Because here we go again. Yeah, it's going to be doing the premiere at the Trump Kennedy Center. Yeah. It'll be very exciting. It's a very hard ticket, I can tell you. Everybody, Wayne Gretzky and his wife Janet, beautiful wife, great wife. They said last night, "Gee, I want to go to." Everybody wants tickets to the premiere.
Do you sense any
I think it's going.
Okay, we're done with this, folks. All right, so there you go, folks. That's Trump. Yay, we're done. Yay. Oh, wow. So, really, hello, welcome back, Mini Boss. Glad to see you here. So glad to hear more of Donald Trump spewing nonsense. That really, guys, who feels enriched by that? I personally feel enriched by that. Okay. Jay's Journey, welcome, Jay's Journey. Jay's Journey 73 says, if we were going to get more involved anywhere, it should be Mexico. It affects us more directly. What do you, okay, Jay's Journey, would you clarify? Do you mean more involved in what way? Do you mean militarily involved in Mexico? Or what do you mean? Would you just clarify for me? Miguel Serrano, Cybersnake. Yes, I've heard. I don't know who it is, though. I got to tell you, I've heard the name. Okay. No one knows where. Ooh, that's cool, Cybersnake. So let me see here. Yeah, exactly. Help them with cartels. But like, yeah, that's fair, John. But like, in what way? Do you mean like bomb Mexico? Okay. So my point here, Jay's Journey, is I'm not a fan of using any kind of military force. If Mexico asks for assistance with their cartels, like some sort of economic support or, I don't know, law enforcement support or wherever it may be, okay, I guess we could consider that. I just don't think bombing Mexico will do much. Bombing the cartels won't do much either, because it's an issue of supply and demand, not an issue of it's an issue of supply and demand and economic development. People won't be willing to work for the cartels as much if they have good paying jobs and they are not having to. I got you, Jay's Journey. Okay. I disagree with that, Jay's Journey. But like, because it's an issue. Okay, real fast, folks. Let me put my face up here before we go on to the next thing. So about Mexico, real fast. The issue with drugs and cartels is the fact that there are two issues. One, that there is a demand for drugs. So you destroy the cartels, other people are just going to start figuring out a way to get them into the country, and they might even start being made inside the country. I see what you're saying, Jay's Journey. Okay, I got you. I take back. So Jay's Journey is not saying what I thought Jay's Journey was saying. So I withdraw my statements towards Jay's Journey. But regardless, I'm still going to say this anyway. So supply and demand is an issue with drugs, right? As long as there's a demand, there's going to be people trying to make do the supply. People join cartels, not and cartels pop up as a way to provide for that demand. And being in a cartel is very dangerous. It's not just a danger for people who go against the cartel, it's a danger for the cartel members because the state might come after them. They have to, it's not exactly, if they decide to leave, they might be killed for it. What makes people join cartels is economic uncertainty, poverty, and things like that. So the best way to sort of fight cartels is to develop a country economically where people can survive without joining a cartel and to sort of reduce demand for drugs. So, yeah, just a side note there. Yes, SoCal, I have passed 11,000 subscribers. Now I'm moving very slowly now because I'm not posting new videos, but I have moved past 11,000 subscribers. Okay, there you go. The war on drugs only increased the price of drugs, which also increased partially their profitability in some ways. There, mini boss. The war on drugs was a failure. Was an absolute failure. Okay, so guys, let's see here. Thank you, Louise. Thank you. So, some other things here. What else do we got here I wanted to talk to you all about? I have a few things to talk to you about. Next thing, I wanted to react to a video with all of you. There's some news items. You know what? Let me put up my face. There are some news items to cover. But at the same time, PragerU has now added PBD's video. Okay, we're going to see that. We're going to take a look at that real fast. Oop. PragerU released another video that I wanted to discuss with all of you, and then we'll look at some news stuff as well. Oh, and guys, that's another thing. Another piece of news that I wanted to mention here, folks, is that I don't know if you guys heard, but Trump's Justice Department is now trying to is investigating Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, claiming he committed a crime, and this is really just a politically motivated investigation. Trump doesn't like Jerome Powell because he's not a loyal piece of garbage. Unfortunately, G-Man, he is still around. Let's put it that way, okay? He is indeed still around. So the Trump administration is trying to investigate and indict Jerome Powell for crimes they claim he committed. He didn't commit any crimes. This is just an intimidation tactic by an authoritarian regime because he is not obedient to Trump. Now, it should be noted that the chairman of the Fed is supposed to be an independent person who makes decisions based off economic indicators and not the whims of the Mango Mussolini. But of course, in an authoritarian regime, competency doesn't matter. All that matters in an authoritarian regime is loyalty. So if he's not loyal to Trump, even though he's supposed to be, according to his role, he's not supposed to be loyal to Trump according to his role. You have to get rid of that because loyalty is all that matters under authoritarianism. I know, right, Jonas? Jeez. So just something to think about that another person now, another official who I'm not a fan of like politically. He's sort of a right-wing guy, but he has been principled at least on his role in the Fed. Okay. Being gone after by Trump. So the fascism continues. The fascism continues. Now, another thing here. Did someone say there was a shooting in Minnesota? Oops. Huh. I thought I heard someone say that. Okay. So just something to think about, that he's also now going after that guy. All right. And so what else do we got here? I heard someone sent AP just had a short. Okay. So that's good. Love that for us. Meanwhile, some other things here to show you. Where is it? We have some more. You guys know I'm obsessed with this crap. You know I'm obsessed with the fascist propaganda that the Trump administration is putting out. Here's another lovely piece of fascist propaganda. Yeah, I have a treat for you. I don't know. He's just, by the way, the stock market kind of dipped because of it. Rachel, so glad you're back. Welcome back, Rachel. So here we have a cute little thing here. This is another piece of propaganda. This was once again released by the U.S. Department of Labor. All it says is hold the line. Okay. I know. Yeah. G-Man. Yeah. I am conflicted too. All right. But like, I mean, he's horrible. He's horrible for Americans and the world. I got to tell you, I would be okay with the fall of American empire, but he'd cause a lot of death and destruction before then. So yeah, look at this. Hold the line, and you have an image of Trump in a dark background with that script that very much reminds me of the 1930s. And he's holding an umbrella because apparently he doesn't want to be wet. I don't know what that's supposed to symbolize. So it might be so. And honestly, guys, I don't really know what this is a reference to. It might be a reference to QAnon, Dolly Boy. It might be. So yeah, okay. So I don't know, but it's very fascist looking. I'm not sure. In this case, I don't know what the dog whistle is, but okay. Here's another one. And this one is very classic fascist propaganda. So let's watch this. This is another remember who you are one, which, guys, what is that? Yeah, when a fallen empire has nothing left to lose, it can go in two ways. Let me tell all this to you again, okay? So I know I'm jumping around. I'm being ADHD. So American empire, right? America has an empire. Shocking, I know. Most of you probably know this by now. We are an imperial nation. You guys, you would be shocked at how many Americans I talk to this about who say, no, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay, we have an empire. We are an imperial nation. Just because we don't do direct control over a lot of places does not mean we don't have an empire. As a matter of fact, during the Roman Empire, a lot of the territory they controlled were nominally independent, and they called them the Friends of Rome, the Amici Roma, okay, or Amici Curia Roma. I can't remember the phrase, which basically meant Friends of Rome, which basically meant that they were part of your empire, okay? We certainly have a lot of friends of America, don't we? Anyway, so two things happen when an empire starts to collapse, and every empire collapses. America's empire has been on the decline for a while, and it's sort of an accelerating, yes, Jay's journey. It's sort of an accelerated collapse recently because of the rise of other powers. We're entering a multipolar world. Okay, we're entering a multipolar world. So two things can happen. One, an empire can bow out gracefully, retract their power, and sort of start focusing on developing the homeland and doing things for their own citizens while sort of retracting their imperial arms and sort of a civilized, Mithril, exactly. And it's sort of a civilized as an empire can be, way where you sort of like, okay, my power is over with. I'm going to slowly retract, stop being an imperialist POS, and focus more internally, okay? The other way an empire typically behaves, which is more common, is it begins to lash out wildly in an attempt to save itself from imperial decline. It starts to attack a bunch of random places, trying to, realizing that it can't dominate them in any other way. It uses blunt military force to do these things, all right? And it starts lashing out wildly. And all this does is cause tons of death and destruction and accelerate the decline of the empire. Not only that, it risks plunging the world into a great world war or a massive war of some sort. Because if you start lashing out wildly and you get into a fight with one of the new emerging powers like China or Russia or Brazil, now Brazil is not as powerful as like Russia or China, but you get my point. Like, it would not be good. It would not be good. Okay. So, good question, Louise. I don't know. My hope, Louise, is that it is a multipolar world where, exactly, Jays, where you there are multiple people who kind of take charge of sea policing, where because control of the seas is almost always the most important factor in a global empire. You need to have control of the oceans. Right now, America still above and beyond dominates the oceans. As soon as we lose that superiority, essentially the game is over. Well, it's basically already over, but anyway. But yeah, I would hope, Louise, that it would be some sort of union of countries who kind of collectively police the seas from piracy. But God knows. Yeah, who knows? Okay. Um, okay. Well, Mini Boss says we probably have a better chance at freedom from an American empire than a Chinese one. I agree and disagree, Mini Boss. Right now, China has proven itself to be far less aggressive than the United States in an imperial sphere. Does that mean they're not imperialist? For those who have watched me for a long time, no. China is engaging in some imperialist actions, but so far, China has proven itself far less aggressive and violent and things like that when it comes to the expansion of their imperial sphere. Does that mean that? And by the way, you say we, but I am not. I am not envisioning a future where China is the sole superpower. I suspect we're coming to a time period where there are multiple major powers. So the United States will still be a major power. It's not like we'll be occupied. It's not like we're going to be occupied by China, or that it's not like they're going to control us to the same extent that the United States could control a vassal. But yeah, I don't like any empire, I gotta tell you. But admittedly, China's imperialism so far has been relatively limited to economic matters, and things like that. Again, I am not defending Chinese aggression, but but I haven't seen much of it compared to America. All right, but it could change. It could change, guys. I'm saying this as a historian. Like most of the time, rising powers do engage in aggression. China hasn't done as much of it yet. They've established a military base in Djibouti. They've done economic imperialism in like Africa and elsewhere in South America and things like that. But it's not as violent right now as the United States. Let's put it that way. Okay. Um, yeah, G-Man. But I will say, G-Man, you're right. China has so far been live and let live, but they also do engage in unfair trade treaties and negotiations and things like that. But yeah, but still, they're better than the U.S. at this point. All right. Um, yeah, there'll be other powers, but China's ascendancy is unmatched. I agree, Outer Signal. China, I think, is above and beyond at the moment. Agreed. Okay. But this is debatable, folks. This obviously is all theoretical. My opinion is that we're going to be in a multipolar world. There are some people out there, thinkers, who say that it'll be a Chinese superpower dominated world. I'm more in the realm of it'll be multipolar. Okay, but we'll see. All right. So here's another piece of fascist propaganda from the Trump administration. Going back to this, this phrase here: "Remember who you are." Remember who you are. Now, I don't know about you. We've seen this phrase before in their propaganda, but that sounds awfully fascist. Exactly, G-Man. They are. They are. They are. Let's put it that way, G-Man. Okay. Again, Nazi, Groyper, white supremacist, jump step editing. Yeah. Now, I don't know what this means, remember who you are, but come on, guys. What do we think they mean? Tell me in chat. What do people think the Trump administration means when it says remember who you are? And let me play for you the video because maybe it'll help you all guess what it means. Okay. So a bunch of images from American history, mainly of American colonists, and there you go, G-Man. There you go. There you go. MAGA, like white heritage American, colonial American power. I don't know how else to phrase it. It's very much a. I just dumped some memes in the Discord. Oh, and there's a GoFundMe for the ICE officer who ended Renee Good. I have a meme for that too. Yes. As a matter of fact, Trump failed. I'm going to be showing. Mr. King K sent me that as well. I'll be looking at that. Thank you so much, Trump failed, for the donation. Okay. So like this is. I mean, the Nazis guy used very similar things, like remember who you are, remember your Germanic Aryan heritage. You are the superior race. Do not forget that. Okay, that is very much in the line of this sort of talking point. Remember who you are, and then it shows Thomas Jefferson, who by the way was a slave owner. Okay. All right. So a bunch of things like that. Okay, just so that's very fascist. And then the sound, like even the sound of it. Um, did you show the Women's March yet? I have not, Doug. Okay, yep. Oh, of course I have a treat for you. I didn't even notice that. Remember who you are. Uh, exactly. But see, that's the thing. In your, that's a good point. So in your treat, I have a treat for you. 69 says, as usual, they failed English. It's remember who you were, and it's a good thing. Let's remember that garbage, not do it again. Now, I have a treat. I agree with you, but this is done on purpose because through this fascist lens, there is something inherent in white Americans, something inherent in the American spirit that we are right now, but that's been covered up by the left and by the woke and by DEI. And we need to, according to them, we need to get rid of all that filth to uncover the true American spirit, which is still there but being hidden, which is very fascistic. Hitler had almost the exact same idea of the Jews. The idea was that the Jews and Jewish culture are keeping the Germans down by preventing them from being their true selves. They literally used the phrase, and Islamists, the Nazis used the phrase cultural Marxism or Jewish Bolshevism. They basically, and we're seeing a lot of those sort of phrases now that there's the ideologies of certain groups and the left and things like that are hindering the true American spirit. It's all very fascistic. It's all very fascistic and horrifying. Okay. So that is, oh, absolutely. No, G-Man, you're right. Okay. I will say, G-Man, G-Man says none of these people are as multidisciplined and as intelligent as Thomas Jefferson. Of course not. I love, by the way, I'm not a fan of a lot of the founding fathers for many reasons, but admittedly, though, the founding fathers were brilliant. Okay, they were very, if you read what they wrote, they knew how to write. They had thoughtful commentaries. They were very good writers, very well read. It's just so funny for MAGA people to compare themselves to the founding fathers or to compare Trump to the founding fathers. Hilarious. Read the Declaration of Independence, regardless of how you view the people from the time. Very well written piece of work, very intelligently crafted. Okay, very nuanced. Okay. So very funny to me that they make that comparison. Okay. All right. So and by the way, the heading here says one homeland, one people, one heritage. Now, one homeland, one people, one heritage. Let me show you the Nazi phrase. Okay, there was a Nazi phrase. It went like this. Now, not exactly the same, but it was ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. Okay, ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer, which basically meant one people, one realm, one leader. That sounds scarily similar to one homeland, one people, one heritage. Am I losing my mind here? It's pretty mask off. One homeland, one people, one heritage. And then this German phrase means one people, one empire or homeland, okay, one Führer. So the only thing that's different about this one is that it doesn't include one leader. All right, it includes ein Volk, ein Reich, so one homeland, one people, but then the rest is only one of them is different. Okay, okay, I know I cannot help but see these things after studying this crap for this long. All right, so one people, one realm, one leader. All right, so that's good, right? Love that for us. Oh, I'm sorry, Louise. Okay, so all right. Also, another post here by the U.S. Department of Labor. I find it very interesting that it's been the U.S. Department of Labor posting these things, probably because the Trump administration hates labor unions, so they've just decided to turn the Department of Labor into a propaganda apparatus. But all it says is this: U.S. Department of Labor, reject globalism, embrace Americanism. Yep. Reject globalism, embrace Americanism. Now, that's good, right? Yeah, no, Elliot, I'm not saying it, Elliot. Well, I kind of am, Elliot, but yes, that is kind of what I'm saying, Elliot. Reject globalism, embrace Americanism. Now, globalism, this is more complicated, of course, but you know Dolly Boy. So Dolly Boy, tell me, what is globalism? What is the dog whistle there? What is the globalism dog whistle? And if the F is Americanism. No, it doesn't mean anything, Jonas. That's the thing. It is an aesthetic phrase. It is the idea of Americanism is whatever the leader wants or whatever America does. And then considering anyone else on the planet, it is, okay. Yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. So guys, I know for a lot of people, this might seem cute to say reject globalism. That's a dog whistle too, guys. That's a dog whistle too. And I don't know if this is meant as so. Okay, on the right wing, there's a conspiracy theory that states that the Jews are the globalists. The Jews are controlling the international scene, and the globalists are the ones that want illegal immigration because the Jews want to destroy white Christian culture. So they're the ones trying to make America less focused on itself to destroy America. So this idea of reject globalism could be a dog whistle for anti-Semitic beliefs about the world. Now, I don't know if it is. It's weird. A lot of the MAGA are not anti-Semitic, or at least they're not. That's not. Let me put it this way: it's not the focus of their hatred. Are not Jewish people, but that is kind of a word that could be taken in multiple ways. Yeah, Jonas. Yeah, okay. And like I said, a lot of these comments do have multiple meanings in them that could be taken multiple ways depending on who's reading them. Exactly. I have a treat for you. Americanism is whatever Trump wants. There is no such thing as Americanism. It's basically just means hyper-nationalism. Whatever America is good for America is what we need to do, even if it's bad for everyone else. Okay. Real fast here. Okay. This one here. All right. I know I'm jumping around a lot, guys. Elsie, it might be true. Stephen Miller, probably actually does directly copy the Nazis. I think we're sitting in Moss plotting the takeover, but realistic, I'm in and out, bro. Jonas, I think you're all sitting in Moss plotting the takeover, okay? All this talk about peace be upon you and stuff. What a violent religion, Jonas. What a violent religion. How dare you say peace be upon me? Okay, anyway. This is a joke, folks. I hope you all know. Jonas knows I'm joking. Okay. So here we have this is propaganda. All right. Now, I know I'm jumping around a bit here, but you all know ADHD can't help it. This is propaganda. Now, I will say it's cute. Okay, fine, it's cute. But I also think it's funny in a few ways. So this I saw, this is what it says. It says, neighbors call the police complaining that children were sledding and making noise on the street. And then this is what the police do after they arrive. All right, so let's watch what the police do after they arrive, and we'll laugh at it together, okay?
So the police officer pulls over and says, "What are you doing?" We said, "Sledding." And they said, "Oh yeah, want to race?"
Fly. Oh, for the win!
Okay, so cute. The police officers arrived. Okay, yeah, I know, those Karens are assholes. The police officer arrived, and luckily they didn't listen to the Karen that was complaining about the kids. They went and played with the kids. Now, I know I'm being a bit harsh. You know I have some issues with authority figures, but I'm like, yeah, I guess they're not the guardians of late-stage capitalism. I guess they're just you're friendly. Is that true, Skittish Kitten? Okay, they're just a friendly. Yeah, he also still has a gun on him while he's sledding. Oh no, I'm sorry, Clumsy Mumsy. Bye-bye. I hope, okay, well, that's responsible policing. Yeah, But like, okay, but guys, at the same time, I also thought it was funny. Okay. Um, okay, that's funny, Jonas. I'm just saying, but like also, can we also notice, I just thought this was funny, how the police officer cheated at the end? Look at this. So they're racing. I just thought this was funny. They're racing, and then the police officer got stuck, so he got up and he ran to the finish line while the rest of the kids were still back on the ground. And he's like, "Yeah, I win." Now I know he's joking, but I thought that was very reflective of a mentality in my humble, arrogant opinion. I know I'm an asshole, but okay, because he anyway. All right, so good propaganda there. He has the absolute authority to cheat, right, Meowsword? Okay. Anyway, and here a slight palate cleanser, just a slight one. Not much of a palate cleanser, but here we have a bunch of boomers. You're alone in on this one. Hey, I have a treat for you. I got you, okay? Hey, you know what, Jay's Journey? I got you. I admit it. This channel is all about questioning authority. I could be wrong. I have a bias. I admit I have a bias. But like, I know, and I know that it doesn't actually, that the cop, like, they're just being fun. But I thought, like, from a symbolic perspective, it was funny. Okay, maybe I'm overdoing it. Whatever. Screw all of you. I am the authority figure here. I am an authority figure here. So here we have a cute little video of a bunch of boomers. By the way, I'll remember that, Jay's Journey. I'll remember that. I have a treat for you. I have a treat for you. My love for you is lost now. Okay, I'm just kidding. You know I love you all. Okay. So I did not, Mithril. So here we have an image of a bunch of boomers chanting "Let's go ICE" and "God bless Trump," and then one of them goes running after. Okay, fine, Alyssa, fine. If Alyssa disagrees with me, then I admit defeat. You know what? I need the jester hat. This is all that I deserve. I need to be humiliated, okay? If I could pour water on myself, I would do it. Okay. So, all right. So here we have some boomers chanting about how much they love ICE, and then this is what happens.
Let's go ICE! Let's go ICE! God bless Trump! God bless Trump! God bless Trump! God bless Trump! Yeah, fuck you! Ride your bike, you fucking fag!
Oh, I didn't know he said that. Oh, whoops, TOS, whoopsie. My mistake. Now, admittedly, guys, that would be what I am. Okay, that is what I am. And that is what I am. Apparently, guys. Apparently, yeah. That's what I am. And you know what? I appreciate that, because at least if he's calling, because clearly he is not one of those things because he's a monster. So the fact that he's calling someone else that is a good sign to me, because yeah, everyone else around you is probably gay, but you're definitely not gay because you're a goddamn monster. So anyway, so at least he's calling the heroes of the scene that word, right? At least he's calling the heroes of the scene that word. There we go. Look at what this F word just made him do. Fall down, and then watch happens again. Oh, what a shame. Oh, no. Oh, no. Look at that. Oh, what a shame. How horrific. I've only just seen it, guys. Whatever. So isn't that cute? You don't like it? Why don't you like it, Meowsard? For me, it was amusing, guys. But I have a bias. Again, I have a bias after the word he used. And then the guy that he used that word against ran away. And then this kind of, apparently God likes gays. I want to point that out. I want to point that out for all the people who are religious out there. He could be. That is true, Jonas. He could be very, yes. Exactly. It's a feel-good video, right? In my opinion. Okay, he gets tripped. Yeah, Meowsord. But like, you know, hey, you know, shit happens, you know? I didn't see anyone trip him. What do you mean? I'm just saying, kind of funny for me. I just thought it was amusing. Okay, guys, so nothing as sweet as thank you, guys. See, look, I'm getting you back on my side now. Look at this. All right, let's go on to something else, shall we? Let's go back to something else. So just a few videos I wanted to show you. Now, legally, you can use. That is true. He was attacking the guy. It's a net negative. Malzord, where is your rationality? Would you explain to me why it's a net negative rather than just spewing that it's a net negative? Defend your thesis, Malzord. Why? Why is it a net negative? Okay. It brought joy to me. That's a net positive, Malzord. Okay, anyway. James D. Watson, Mini Boss, would you explain to me why you're bringing that up? Because, you know what? I'm trying to see if this is the guy I think it is. Give me a second here, folks. I think this is who I think it is. This is Watson and Crick guy, right? But I remember he had some pretty loony views. Yes. Okay. So would you explain to me why you were talking about James Watson in this chat, Mini Boss, since that has nothing to do with what we were talking about? Give me a reason not to ban you immediately, Mini Boss, unless you have some sort of okay, Mini Boss. All right. Thank you for coming out about it, right? So you talked about white supremacists here, but what about them? What are your views on white supremacists, Mini Boss? I'm going to need, forgive me, Mini Boss. I'm sure you can understand why I'm asking this question. Okay? Why I'm asking this question. I need to be sure. It's disgusting, Mini Boss. It's a disgusting theory, and it's gross. Okay, how about that? And it's wrong. It is factually wrong. It does not look into anthropology. It does not look into the cross cultural studies of intelligence or anything like that. Okay, Mini Boss, you forgive me. I'm a bit defensive when someone randomly brings up something like a racial study by a guy who thinks that certain people are inferior. Okay. All right. Forgive me there, Mini Boss. All right. I got my eye on you, Mini Boss. Okay, I got my eye on you. Okay. Anyway, so moving on. Okay. Exactly, Trump failed. Watson's peers laughed at him because he didn't have any credible evidence for what he said. All right, exactly. And I could debate this for hours because I literally had to write a whole paper about it when I was getting my degree in anthropology about how bullshit it is. So I don't want to have to debate that right now because it's irrelevant to the topic. Okay, yeah, don't worry about it, guys. I don't want to go into this, but I'm just cautious when someone brings that up out of nowhere. Okay. All right. So anyway, moving on, guys. Okay. If you guys are curious, look up James Watson's view on race. Okay, you'll know what we're talking about. Okay. So guys, let's go. I have something else I wanted to show everyone. First of all, now, give me a second here. Now I got to tell you, King K. Have we verified that this is true? I don't speak French. King K. I would not unless you speak French. I'm just got to make sure what we're looking at here is true. Okay, go ahead, Jay's Journey. So this was sent to me by King K. This is someone apparently trying to raise money. I'm saying apparently because I'm relying on King K for this, for a Gazan family, and I don't speak French, so I also don't know what this says necessarily. Oh, here it is. Okay, it's in English. I have launched this GoFundMe to support my young friend Yaha and his family who lives in Gaza. For weeks, I have been communicating with Yaha, a young Palestinian man of only 20 years old. You guys can go in and read this. I'll put the link. You guys can look into it yourself. It is someone who's raising money for someone in Palestine. Okay. Paste. Boop. Okay. So if you guys are curious, you can go look at that. I just wanted to put it out there for all of you on the right side of the URL. What's on the right side of the URL? What's on the right side of the URL? Did I miss something? There's a little paper-looking thing. Click that. Oh, I got you, Mouser. Thank you, thank you. I found it. So look, but there is English. There is an English translation right beneath it. And it just talks about, if you want to read it yourselves, guys, you can. I just wanted to share it with you. Please do your own investigation. If you want to go look at this, I don't, because I can't verify any of this stuff. I want you all to, if you want to tribute, I would go and I would investigate it. I would take a look into it. I appreciate that King K's effort trying to get this out there. So, if this is, I know I sound like an asshole. I'm just very cautious about things like this. But go ahead and look at it yourself. You can go see if you want to help him. Okay. You can read it. You can look into it. I just put the link there if anyone is interested. Okay. Yep, I know. That's why I'm saying, folks, if you all can go look at it. All right. I'm sorry. You confused the hell out of me with that pronunciation. It's Yahya. I'm sorry. Yahya. There you go, Jonas. Oh, you spoke to him personally and on video. Thank you, King K. So there you go, guys. That is, apparently, forgive me, Mr. King K. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I don't. Well, kinda. It's not. Forgive me. If people can do their own investigation. Mr. King does say that it is a real thing, that he actually spoke to Yahya on chat. Okay, in person. I shouldn't. I'm framing this very badly. Okay, so just you can, if you guys want to donate, if you're curious, go take a look at it. I put the link there. All right. But for those who are asking me to verify, I can't. Don't have an expertise in verifying these sort of things. Okay. So there you go, guys. So great. We do need to support our brothers and sisters in Palestine who are dying every day as much as we can. All right. Okay, that'd be perfect, Mr. King K. Maybe put that in the reacts, and I'll do a react. We'll watch it tomorrow or something. That'd be great. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, who knows? Maybe we're donating to Hamas. I'm joking. It's a joke, okay? Because you hear that talking point. Okay. So, all right, you guys. Let us. Some other things I wanted to show people. Where'd it go? All right. Okay, where's this video? So, someone sent a video here that oh no, I remember what I wanted to do, guys. So, PragerU, good old-fashioned PragerU, has put out whenever you interview fat people, you feel bad because you know you're not going to hire them. Yeah, I know, Trump failed. Another is that what it says? Thank you, Matt Saigai. So according to Matt Saigai, who I do, what do you mean, Matt Saigai? Is that in regards to the one we just showed? Matt Saigai, another non-brainer, donation page, PCRF. Oh, this is different? Yeah, I will say, yeah, okay. Matt Saigai just sent another page you can donate to, UNICEF. All right, if you're curious about that. There are other things you can do. But it's a good call that Mr. King K is trying to do for us here. Okay, so let's see here, guys. I wanted to do a video that I saw. All right. PragerU.
We hold the
now. I know how much all of you love PragerU. For those who don't know what PragerU is essentially a right-wing propaganda site that the Trump administration has been promoting to replace like PBS programming. It is also become very popular in American schools, being promoted by the Trump administration, and it's essentially propaganda. Okay. I've done many reaction videos to various PragerUs. If you go to my YouTube channel and look back at it, and some school material from the teacher. How dare you, Dolly Boy? So this video that PragerU just posted, we're going to watch it, and we're going to dismantle it. Okay? Yeah, PragerU. Yeah, exactly, Mr. King K. Okay? All right? So we're going to watch this, and we're going to react to it. And, I could make it a separate video. I probably will. But regardless, I'm still going to interact with all of you during it because I can't help myself. So this is called Liberty. What did the founders mean? And I want us to talk Okay. Hot take. People talking about leaving America are dum-dums. Those are global issues. Okay. So this one, guys. Yeah. No, exactly. Trump failed. It's completely... yeah, exactly. Trump failed. This is my... yeah. Watson had some disgusting views on race. Absolutely disgusting views on race. Do you see why I was suspicious of the person who posted that? Okay. I know Matt Saigai, guys, that's my issue. Here, okay, let me explain something. Before I start this, it takes so much time to do that. I prepare for the streams in the morning. When I start this, by the time I start the streams, I've been working for the morning, and then I get off the stream about the time of dinner. And then it would take a lot more extra effort to then take time to start cutting up the videos after that and then making thumbnails for them and uploading them. So my big issue right now is time, and I need to cut my videos more. I do, but it's a slow process. And it also, I haven't been getting many views on videos I have cut out of my prior streams because they're structured. They are structured for being on a stream where I'm interacting with you guys. So people who watch them on YouTube don't necessarily get as much out of them as you guys do when you're in my streams. You see what I mean? So it's something I'm trying to work through. Okay. All right. So guys, let's watch this. This is PragerU's take on liberty, on freedom. Okay. Thank you. I have a treat for you. Thank you very much for the donation. Really. Thank you very much. Really. Thank you. I know I said that, but thank you very much. Okay. I know. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I have a treat for you. Well, no, not I have a treat for you. I'm talking about Mr. Kincaid. I feel like I kind of ruined their attempt to promote that guy. But anyway, thank you very much. I have a treat for you. Okay, guys. So let's watch this. I know, but like Jonas, that's my issue. I don't want to exploit anyone's labor. Maybe I'm just too good of a guy. Okay, I know that's absolutely. This is why you should be proper capitalist and pay an Indian to do it for you. Worked for Bill Gates. Jonas, though, that's my issue. Is that like I don't want to exploit anyone's labor. All right, without paying them a good amount of money. So right now, all of this is basically my own labor, and then that London does some labor, but I pay London occasionally. For the labor London does do. I do not want to abuse anyone's labor. So when I'm rich, maybe, which I won't be, but if I ever get rich, maybe I'll do that. But okay, as in like I'll do profit sharing or something so I don't have to abuse anyone's labor like a filthy capitalist. Okay, so let's go over here. This is, let's go here. This is, what did the founders mean when they said liberty? Okay, and good God, let's watch.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator.
By the way, automatically, I will say that there are several people that were not included in this declaration of all men are created equal. We could argue that women weren't included. Now, some historians would interpret all men as meaning both men and women, so it's possible it meant both, but at least in practice, they didn't mean women. Also, the native peoples were kind of ignored in this because they continued to be slaughtered, and they definitely didn't have a right to life, liberty, or happiness. And let's not forget all the enslaved Africans who were in the Americas at the time, who were clearly not included in this as well. So there's kind of a fun thing. Yeah, Trump failed. You know it. Okay. So maybe we need to, women later got those rights, but still, okay. So there's already an issue here.
With certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's hard for us to imagine how radical these words from America's Declaration of Independence were in 1776. Throughout history, people had believed not in equality, but in its opposite, inequality.
Wait.
Some people were regarded as superiors.
Wait for it. Now I'm waiting for it because they need to add something else to this because they're implying. Oh my God, because they are implying then that the founders believed in equality, that everyone should be treated the same, and that there shouldn't be superiors and inferiors,
and others as inferiors. That, most people supposed, is just the way things are. Speaking for the American people, however, Thomas Jefferson and our country's other founders proposed a new course to build a republic on the principles of equality and liberty.
Okay, big problem. Already have a big problem. So they are right. So, okay, I'm sorry. Let me get a little history brain with all of you. The founding people of the United States did not want a system based off inequality of blood. Okay. They did not, exactly. I have a trade for you. They did not want a hereditary aristocracy, a feudalist aristocracy. They did not agree with that sort of inequality. They didn't think there should be an aristocracy that only got their power through their blood, like back in England, kings, queens, aristocrats, dukes, counts, things like that. They didn't like that kind of inequality. So to an extent, yes, they did not. The people they did not believe in the same kind of inequality as did the people that came before. They did, however, believe in a different kind of inequality. They believed in inequality of wealth, inequality of inequality of wealth. Basically, they were okay with a new hierarchy that was based off of people at the top, that the wealthy were basically merited being better than everyone else. Okay. So not an aristocracy by blood, but an aristocracy by wealth and success. So no, they did not. It's not like and all the time before the American Revolution, there was this thought that inequality was a good thing. Yeah, there was sort of more standard, but the founding fathers still believed in inequality, but it just wasn't the same kind of inequality. Okay, many of them still believed in slavery. That's a form of inequality. It is just not true that the founding fathers, they were a little woke, but not too much, right? It was like slightly woker than previously, but barely. Okay. You're forgetting that the people were Christian and it was faith that created everything great about America. Jonas. So, okay.
Liberty? Yes. As equals, people have the right to lead their own lives without being constantly told what to do by their governments.
Folks, okay. Do you think that Elon Musk, for example, let me just take a random person here. Mr. King K. Mr. King K. Do you, Mr. King K, feel that you are equal to Elon Musk? You don't have to answer me. Anyone can answer me. What about you, Outer Signal? What about you, Macy? What about you, Meowzord, Mad Sci Guy? Okay, do you feel that you are, in practice, equal to Elon Musk? I'm not talking in theory. Yes, as human beings, we should be equal. But in practice, are we equal to Elon Musk? Okay. Yeah, probably, Mad Sci Guy. You probably are better than him, right? Okay. So, okay, Meowzord. So, there you go. Gay guys, a lot of you are better than him, right? But here's the problem with the founding fathers. They believed in legal equality, but they ignored economic inequality and the power that comes with economic inequality, right? We may, in theory, all be equal under the law, but if you have an excessive amount of wealth and power, it's going to be easier to evade that law. And okay. All right. And clearly, anyways, they still didn't view all people as equal because there were still enslaved people. All right.
The principal role of government,
I'm just a girl.
is to secure unalienable rights.
There you go. Okay.
Such as the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But what did the founding fathers mean by liberty? As we approach the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence and our nation's founding, we should reflect on that question. A synonym for liberty is freedom. Philosophers sometimes distinguish two types of freedom, namely freedom from and freedom for.
Yes, okay.
Mere freedom from, the freedom to do what one wants, whatever one wants, is what our founders would have rejected as mere license, not true liberty.
They would have rejected freedom from, they would have rejected any sort of freedom that impinged upon others, though generally they'd be okay with you doing what you want as long as you're not hurting someone else. Obviously we're talking theoretically here. Okay, but let's see what else they say. This is okay.
True liberty is freedom for people to pursue honorable and righteous ends.
Got you. So according to PragerU, the most important form of freedom is the freedom to do what is honorable and righteous. And who decides what's honorable and righteous? Is it the state? So I'm sort of starting to get the picture here they're trying to paint.
Example. Our Constitution, in its First Amendment, recognizes the
Good.
right
Yes, you are,
peaceably
King K. You are superior.
to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances.
Yes, you are, Mr. King K, but I think you're catching up. I don't know why the chat slowed down. First Amendment, the right to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
As a negative liberty,
Yeah, G-Man.
it is freedom from the government's breaking up a peaceful demonstration or punishing people for participating in it.
Yes. Now remember, they just said that negative liberty was not the intention, even though that was directly the intention, because the founding fathers didn't want an oppressive government breaking people up, because that is what had just happened to them. So yeah, one of the negative liberties of freedom to assemble is the freedom from government interference. If you want to assemble in a public place, peaceably assemble.
As a positive liberty, it is the freedom to advocate on behalf of a just and righteous cause. Of course, people
See, do you see what I mean, though? They're implying that if you're not organizing in a way that they, PragerU, views as righteous and just, you shouldn't be allowed to do it.
sometimes abuse their liberties by promoting unjust and unrighteous causes.
Like Nazis
And
do?
such abuses must be tolerated precisely because we wisely decline to entrust government officials with the power to decide whether criticism of their policies is warranted. Still,
Okay.
the reason for recognizing the freedom to protest is precisely to enable people to advocate for just and righteous causes. It's clear then that our
Okay. That wasn't that bad, that part of it.
founders, in proclaiming and protecting liberty, were not indifferent to the distinction between good and bad, right and wrong, virtue and vice, justice and injustice. In distinguishing
Yeah,
liberty
Meowsword.
from license, they counted on our moral and religious
$10 says they're going to start. I'm just waiting for it. They're going to start being these Marxist leftists are violating. They're breaking the spirit of freedom of speech because they're protesting. I bet. Curious. The language of the Constitution is very vague. How can anyone claim to know what founding fathers truly meant? Isn't the better way to interpret Constitution ensures? Yep. Nope. I completely agree, Matt Saga. I agree. That's my sort of point here. Now we do know a lot of what they meant, but even then, it's still ambiguous. Okay.
convictions.
I don't like how we treat the Constitution as like a religious document that's infallible. Also, it kind of bothers me.
Shaped by our families, religious communities, and other institutions of civil society to restrain us from immorality and injustice.
Good. So our family. Okay. So according to them, what needs to restrain us are the church, the government, and our families. Okay.
As John Adams observed, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other.
Right. Well, don't guys who surely the early colonies were deeply moral with all those slaves they had and how they treated women, and how the natives were being treated. And by the way, better not be gay in that society. Better not be gay, and better not be thought to be a witch, and lots of other things. Very moral, righteous, upstanding people over there in the early colonies. Great, love that for us. Now, okay.
Benjamin Franklin made a similar argument. Only a virtuous people are capable of freedom. As nations become corrupt, they have more need of masters.
Now, honestly, that is partially true. I think it's unrealistic, but it's true. Yeah, if in theory you have a nation or a country that is full of people who always make the right decisions, that is good for other people and aren't selfish and things like that, great. You can have as much freedom as you want. It doesn't matter, right? Okay, it doesn't matter. If everyone acts perfectly all the time and it isn't selfish, great. Do we know if that is achievable? Because human beings are not that great. Exactly, Jonas. Exactly. And that's my concern, folks. I've been getting kind of harsher about this. Seeing how things have been going, I don't think we can rely on the virtue of people to do the right thing anymore. I just don't, right? Because also, how do you define that? This is very complicated, but clearly a lot of liberals out there, by the way, will say oh, we just need people to be nicer to each other. We just need business owners to care more about people. We just need people to be more responsible in how they behave. It's not going to happen. Sorry, that's weak to me. Like you expect business owners who have a profit motive to behave in a better way. You expect people that are getting rich off exploiting others to suddenly change their minds. Like, I don't know. I've been becoming a bit more harsh about this idea. And by the way, hey, if that's what you think, that we just need people to start behaving better, just magically, there you go. Outer signal exactly. You need incentives and you need sanctions. I have talked about this before, folks. That's how human beings operate. The carrot and the stick. You have to give incentives for good behavior and sanctions for bad behavior. I was a teacher. Trust me, if you just let the class have chaos without sanctions and incentives, there's going to be like one person who ruins the class for everyone. Okay. So, yeah. So I just don't, I've been losing my mind about this. Okay. Okay. No, it is Matt Saiga. It is insane. And that's the other thing, Matt Saiga, the idea of trying to, I'm saying it as a historian. As a historian, we can figure out what they were talking about. But I think it's dumb that we're constantly trying to interpret what the Constitution meant. We live in the 21st century now, okay? Anyway. We also, exactly, Macy, we need the basics. Like, okay. All right.
And throughout American history, reformers like Abraham Lincoln have appealed to the Declaration of Independence in dismantling, as we have done, albeit slowly and with great struggle, the systems of racial oppression that contradicted the principles of equality and liberty expressed in that document.
Well, we still have systems of racial oppression. I love that. We all think that they think that that's gone. Okay. We think that is exactly Madison. I'm sorry, Meowsword. Yeah. Madison said if men were angels, no government would be necessary. Unfortunately, folks. Okay.
But beginning in the 1960s, the concept of liberty underwent a change.
Oh, here we go, guys. Here it is. $10 says they're going to talk about how the 60s were a horrible time where people were too free. And they started advocating for things like black people having rights and gay people having rights. And, okay, $10. $10 is what's going to happen here, okay?
Americans lost their grip on the distinction between liberty and license.
Oh,
Mere
really?
freedom from came to be viewed by the so-called me generation as true liberty. They forgot about what freedom is for.
Look at this, guys. Look at how dangerous and how horrible these hippies are. This is the real threat to freedom, are these hippies.
Cultural Revolution advanced the thesis that true liberty amounts to setting aside allegedly oppressive moral norms in order to indulge one's desires, emotions, feelings, and passions. If it feels good, do it, the mantra went.
Sounds good to me. As long as you're not hurting someone else, folks, if it feels good, do it. As long as you're doing it responsibly in a way that isn't harmful to others and takes into account dangers to yourself, I don't care. I don't care, you know, especially if it has to go on what's going on in your bedroom. I don't care what you're doing in your bedroom as long as, you know, there's consent going on. I don't care. I don't care. You know, I don't care. Like, who cares? How is this? This is what drives me crazy about conservatives. You're right. It is, G-Man. Slavery is still technically illegal. I mean, legal within prisons. Because according to the Constitution, you can still do slavery as punishment for a crime, which is why so many black people keep getting thrown into prison, because that's the way to keep them enslaved, is to keep them in prison. Okay. I'm slightly exaggerating, but not by much. Okay. So, like, okay. This is... I love how conservatives, their big thing is that they're always afraid of the dumbest shit. Like, really, guys, do we think the biggest threat to America is sexual liberation? Or like the private parts that the person next door to you wants to have? Or like that a gay person wants to marry? Is that really the biggest issue we have? You know what I mean? Like, it's the dumbest shit imaginable that's all that conservatives care about. Like, even in this was only put out a few days ago, and they're screaming about the sexual liberation and, like, using pot and stuff like that. I feel like there's some other things we can bring up that are more severe violations of our freedom and liberty, don't you? I feel like there's some other things we can bring up that are much more important violations of our liberty and freedoms, right? Like, I don't know, ICE murdering us, whatever it may be. You know, the president of the United States taking away the rights of trans people. Like, okay, yeah, right, Jonas? Exactly. Jonas says, I'm a Muslim. I don't think the Quran should be used for creating laws. That should be basic common sense, right? And, you know, in my opinion, folks, I'm not religious, but and I'm not Muslim, but like, isn't that like, if you are religious and you do believe that those things are immoral or whatever, then shouldn't you be letting God sort that out? Isn't that the ultimate judge? So why are you doing the judging for God? Okay. All right. Exactly, Mr. King K. I just don't get the obsession. And look how bad they make this feel. Like, oh, it feels good to do it. Like, oh wow, people feel good. It feels good to do certain things. How horrible. Okay.
And many people, alas, embraced it. Licentiousness masquerades.
Right. That's the threat. Here it is, guys. The threat to America is licentiousness. The desire to get your junk wet, basically, okay? The desire to have sex. That's the big threat to America right now. A basic human thing.
Masquerading as liberty.
Licentiousness masquerading as liberty? What does that mean? Literally, what does that mean? Okay. I am more convinced than ever that conservatives all just want to touch kids. You know why? Because their obsession with sex and like shit like that, it makes me feel like, okay, maybe not touch kids, but like all these conservatives are just constantly thinking about sex, constantly thinking about genitalia. It's really weird. Like, think about how much these people are thinking about those things, that this is all they think about all the time, is that everything is about sex, 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 sex. What are gay people doing in their bedroom? What are trans people doing? It is really weird. It's like, calm down. You know, they're literally creating entire organizations devoted to obsessing about what is in other people's pants and what they're doing with each other in a bedroom. It's kind of weird. Like, they think more about gay sex than I think. Okay. My point here being, folks, is that it's kind of weird. Makes me think that there's something going on there with them. Like, all right. Like, are you thinking about it when you're at the grocery store, my man? Are you thinking about it when you're in a pew at the church? Are you thinking about it when you're driving? Like, why are you so obsessed with this shit? Okay. Huh.
Is a stark departure from what the authors of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution understood to be the guiding principles of our republic. The founders
Was it? Okay. All right.
believed that our God-given rights were not meant to facilitate our passions, but rather were intended to allow us to direct our actions toward what is true.
Gotcha. So, guys, apparently freedom is not about freedom. It's about working in the way the government and the state wants you to. All right? That's real freedom, is doing what you're told to do by authority figures. Got it. Thank you, PragerU. Love that.
Right. Virtuous. When properly understood, America's promise of liberty, the concept that our founders embraced, even if they did not always live up to it, is demanding, bold, and courageous. It calls us to become our best possible selves, people capable and worthy of self-government. But when distorted,
absolutely, Jonas.
On behalf of destructive cultural fads, our nation's
destructive cultural fads. Okay.
Promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is no longer a profound universal truth. But
would someone tell me, here's a trivia question for you, and it's subjective. What is more immoral? Ready for it? What is more immoral? A man in a polyamorous relationship with another man and a woman in a bed together, engaging in carnal acts, consensually, by the way. So I'll say it again. Two men and a woman in a bed together, engaging in carnal acts because they're in a polyamorous loving relationship. Is that more immoral? Or is the fact that there are children in this country who can't afford school lunch or whose families are going into debt trying to pay for lunches in schools, which of those things is more immoral? Or what about this? Which of these things is more immoral? Which of these things is more immoral? A woman taking birth control so that she can have fun time with her husband without worrying about getting pregnant, or the fact that, you know, give me an example here. The fact that Palantir is trying to do massive state security on all of us, okay, and like spying on all of us and setting up cameras everywhere and getting all of our information. There you go, Mithril. Good. Mithril got it correct. I am this is all such a distraction. It drives me insane. Like, I don't give a shit about what people want to do in a bedroom. As long as it's consensual, it literally just doesn't interest me. I'm like, I literally don't care. You know what I care about? I care about those kids who are starving. I care about the fact that we're being spied on, that the government is killing us in the streets. Okay. There you go, Doug. All right. Yeah. Oh, Jonas, and guys, you're totally right. Jonas, you have to understand, folks, religious leaders, like, they're always, by the way, the ones that are doing the worst stuff in the bedroom. I got to tell you, like, the same against people against consensual polyamory are okay with child marriage. Yep. Oh, you're not wrong, Outer Signal. Think about that. Okay. Dear God. Okay. All right. Mini Boss, Mini Boss, no, I don't think there are any negative consequences to sexual liberation. Let me think. None. I can't think of any. Literally, I can't think of any. Do you know of any, Mini Boss? Now, I'm not talking about complete sexual liberation. I don't think children should be in, whatever the case. But like, what are some negative consequences of sexual liberation there, Mini Boss? Tell me. Hello, Tarbin. All right. Okay. Honestly, I think there's only positives. I am very happy with being sexually liberated. I got to tell you. Okay. Okay. Let's go on here.
Set of platitudes, a few sweet-sounding words that can justify virtually anything.
I'm sorry, guys. What is he doing right now? What is he literally doing right now? Saying a few sweet words to try to justify anything? No, it is our liberty. We have the liberty to do what the state tells us. Okay? Like, that's literally okay. Yeah. You see what I mean? Like, this is okay, that's fair, G-Man. I guess the intersection of capital, but that's not an issue with sexual liberation. That's an issue with capitalism, right, G-Man? Like, okay. Yeah, as long as it's 2 or more consenting adults, everything goes. Like, who cares? All right. I really don't give a shit. It's not something I think about. It's not something I think about often. You know, I'm more worried about myself and what is happening to people. Okay. Okay.
I'm Robert George, McCormick Professor of Jurisprudence and Director of the James Madison Program at Princeton University.
And by the way, okay, that we're done with that. But by the way, I would actually prefer that people are satisfied in that way. Because I would rather there be a bunch of people that are sexually satisfied out there than all pent up and like, oh, I need to get laid. Like, I feel like that'd be bad for the world. Okay. Anyway. Okay. We are no way close to sexual liberation on a societal level to even have a conversation about it being excessive. I know, Matt Saiga, like, we're nowhere even near there, right? So, okay. Yep. Absolutely, Jonas. It's like, and that's my thing too, guys. Like, that when we talk about Palestine, for example, being bombed the hell out of it, they have some, there are some pretty strict sexual morals, I guess, in Palestine, if you want to talk about it that way. But like, I'm not concerned about that right now. I got to tell you, I feel like it's impossible to have those conversations if you're having the hell bombed out of you every day and you're being murdered. Like, it doesn't. Okay. Hello, Finn. All right. So. All right, Robert George imposed Roe v. Wade in same-sex marriage, so that's there. Oh, good. Good. So this guy did it? Robert George, is this Robert George? We love that for us. No wonder. Okay, good. All right, guys, well, there we go. There we go. That was good. Okay. Jesus Christ. By the way, can we also... I don't know. This sounds, I I don't know how to phrase this. I also don't think that marriage should be any like I don't think marriage should have to do anything with the state. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't like. It's okay though. I mean, I'm okay with like there being tax incentives or whatever. I'm just all right. I do want to point out that it's a little exaggerated. It's not. Oh, absolute. No, G-man, you're right. I'm not saying that like. Um, you're right. I should have clarified. The argument that people make is that like there are norms and stuff in Gaza that are really strict. Yeah, there are some of those, but like we're not talking like crazy levels. Like one of my best friends was a lesbian Palestinian Muslim. But anyway, like it's not like ISIS, okay? But all right. But even though there are some things that yes, could be better, that doesn't excuse anything that's being done to the Gazans. And it's like, why are we talking about that right now? It's just a distraction, right? It's just a distraction. Okay. By the way, not great for gay people in the United States or trans people in a lot of places as well. All right. There have been times, guys, I haven't been able to walk outside holding the hand of a partner because of comments that'll get made to us. All right. I'm not so okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I know. It's so stupid. Matt Saigai says you can't even have a proper conversation about coitus anywhere without everyone's face turning red. I know. Forget that. People can't even be bothered to use the accurate terms for body parts. They still call it a PP, a coochie, haha. Like, what the F? Don't you know that they're actually called? What's the shame? Yeah, I know, Matt Saigai. It's a big issue. I've talked about this. We need to be less sensitive about these things. And yeah, there's a time and a place for everything. But like when we're having serious conversations, why can't we just, especially in America, we're very puritanical about talking about these things. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, exactly, Jonas. And guys, I know I keep mentioning Gaza here, but like, I know I keep mentioning that there's some norms there that, I may not be the best fan of. I want to point out, I don't give a shit. I care about the lives of the people in Gaza, and it's totally understandable how the society over there functions. They've been murdered for many years. It's not like if we want Gaza to, if you're focused on the small things like how gay people are treated there, in my opinion, small things, you know what we should do? Give them freedom. Let them have their own state. Because then, as a society, they'll be able to work these things out. But if you're going to keep bombing the shit out of them and killing them and massacring them, by the way, also killing gay people, which I think is worse for gay people than whatever, it's never going to be fixed. Okay, you see what I mean? All right. Yep, there you go, G-man. Exactly. Gay and straight people are being genocided there. So let's be honest about that. Okay. Moving on. And that's, by the way, one of the things that really annoys me is when people will come in this chat and send me messages and be like, "Oh, you hate gay people because you support Gaza." I'm like, "Oh my God, no, I actually like gay people, which is why I'm defending Gaza." Because hey, say what you want about the social norms in Gaza, they're not blowing up gay people with bombs dropped from Israeli planes. Okay, like, all right. Yeah, I know. It's so stupid, guys. It's so stupid. All right, okay. I'm gonna take guys, I'm so hot. I gotta take this off. Forgive me. I'm getting all worked up talking about Gaza and shit. Oh, all right. Where did I put my hat? Okay, you know what? You know what we need? Give me a second. Oh. Can I also just point out, folks, while I'm looking for... Oh, it's right here. While I'm looking for the kafia, since we're talking about Gaza, can I also just point out that Gaza is not the only place where there are issues with how gay people are viewed, right? And yet, it seems to be all that Israel supporters want to talk about. By the way, in Israel, you can't get gay married in Israel. You got to go to Cyprus to do it, okay? Like, all right. And again, it doesn't matter. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. You guys get what I'm saying. It seems like even a waste of time to even talk about it. It's like it's bad stuff I'm spreading around by even mentioning it. There you go, Outer Signal. Thank you, Outer Signal. You like my tank top? Thanks. All right. So we'll put this back on. All right, you guys. We need shame. Yeah, Doug, we do. All right. Oh, this is much better. Oh, thank you, Finn. Oh, Finn, you know just what to say. All right, guys. All right, let's go. So this was sent to me by, I don't know, someone. Was it, who sent this to me? Do we remember, tell me who sent this to me? Oh, you're welcome. I have a treat for you. I know, Jonas, me too. Me too, how guys get fricked. But I am, hey, for the men here in chat, for the men and women, I know I should stop being, and for the they, thems. I don't mean to be biased, okay? Thank you, Louise. Okay. But like, we need to, men, guys, can we please be more knowledgeable about women's biology? And I'm not trying to, I'm sure men in here are, because the men in here are educated and you're not fools. But guys, and this is partially an issue with the school system. So many men do not understand basic female biology and like what a period is and how the female body works, even though they're human beings, and things like that. And it always ends up, there you go, J-Mac. J-Mac says, I heard women poop and pee from their butt. There you go. That's a simple way of thinking about it. But like, yeah, and guys, honestly, it's not necessarily men's fault, okay? I say that because our education system is so sensitive about these things. I have seen it happen where they will segregate boys and girls, and then they will only teach boys about male biology, and then they'll only teach girls about female biology. And it doesn't work very well. Or they will very quickly cover female biology and okay. And there's a bunch of reasons for this. But guys, can we just, like, it also is weird to me because it's sort of dehumanizing to women how there is a lack of knowledge about women. It makes it seem like they're these mysterious creatures, these like organic, I don't know, these organic machines that like, oh, are mysterious and unknown, and are not human. It's like, I don't know, it's like the Zerg from Star Trek, from StarCraft or some crap, or like the Tyranids from 40K. Like, you see what I mean? Okay. Yep, there you go, Jonas. Guys, I got to tell you, I was taught so badly. Yeah, Jonas, they do that, but it's more limited. Okay. This is, okay. When my schools, I went to Catholic schools, okay? They were so bad at teaching sex ed, but by the time I got to high school, I believed that a male body part had to physically touch a female egg a female ovum in order to get a woman pregnant. I'm not joking. I will admit it out loud. I was so badly taught in grade school and middle school that I thought that the male body part had to physically touch a female, an egg, in order to fertilize that egg. Now, I was a child, and so it's not my fault that I was taught badly, but I have heard even worse from my high school students who are at the age where they might begin engaging in sexual acts or whatever, and I would hear even worse to them, so I'd have to do a quick like sex ed lesson in the middle of history class to make sure that things were understood, right? Because the education is so bad. Yeah, oh, I know, Mr. King K. All right. So anyway, there you go, Jonas. No, that is true, Doug. I was not too interested in the ladies. Okay, that's for sure. But at that point, I still wasn't sure. Let's put it that way. Okay. So the men I know kind of understand a woman's cycle are the ones with a sister. Right, Lee Lane? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. There you go, Lee Lane. Exactly. Okay. So I don't know. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not, guys, I'm not blaming the men here. There is also just a lack of education about it. But for the guys out there, If you want, maybe we should learn more about a little bit about female reproduction. If you don't know about it, just do a little bit of research. It's okay. No one will judge you. If you maybe they will. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, all right, you guys. So this was sent by Louise, and I'm very interested in watching it. This is apparently some guy, Louis Goodall, goes head to head with Trump's spiritual advisor over Greenland. Okay. What, Matt Saigai, what channel? What channel, Greenland? Okay. Okay, let me go back, guys. A friend showed me a Playboy. J-Mac, a friend showed me a Playboy. Where'd it go? A friend showed me a Playboy as a kid, and there was a huge pubic area, okay? And he told me there was a wiener underneath the pubic hair. 100% true story. J-Mac, I don't blame you, okay? Yep, Mr. King K, I gotta tell you, I've seen that too. And you guys know when I talk about gender things, I focus a lot on men. And it's not because I like men a lot, okay? No, okay? It's because there are a lot of issues out there. Men are, well, okay. Mr. King K says, funnily enough, a school I went to was oddly sexist against boys and males. Yeah, I've seen it too. And there's also sexism against girls, but like, yeah, let's put it that way, Mr. King K. I know. But like, there is, guys, a lot of stuff going on. Why there's a lot of men that end up joining the red pill community, which is why I talk a lot about men, because I feel like the left isn't talking enough about some issues that men face. Does that mean that women aren't being oppressed? Absolutely not. But I think we're leaving open the door for men to be red pilled if we don't talk to men about issues related to men also. And so that's one of the reasons I do that a lot. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. Okay. P is stored in the balls. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. So let me go on here. All right, guys, let's continue. Let's watch this. Thank you, Louise, for sending it. Apparently, this guy's going to talk to Trump's spiritual advisor against Trump's comments on Greenland. I'm excited to see it. Let's watch. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. By the way, folks, I know I haven't really done any goals today. I haven't really done any goals. Thank you for everyone who's donated. I am still accepting donations. I do have, well, my fingers are basically painted, regardless. Okay. But just thank you for everyone who's donated. It helps support me in the stream. Let's say if I get like 2 more, I will put on the jester collar. Okay, how about that? 2 more in the jester collar. Let's continue.
Right now.
Oh, I can't hear it because I don't have my headphones on. Yeah, one of the things that I would hear would be Mr. King K would be things like, well, yeah, I would hear things like that too. Who did that? Who sent that to me? Who was that? Dolly Boy. I knew it. I almost said, I bet it's Dolly Boy. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. You're an angel, as always. I mean, you're not really an angel. You're a fallen angel, but like it's a compliment. Thank you, Dolly Boy, as always. Okay, let's watch.
We feel afraid of the United States for the first time in our lives.
Here we go.
But there are also many in Europe right now who feel afraid of the United States for the first time in our lives. They feel afraid of your president because he is threatening quite openly, and including, indeed, if reports are to be believed, asking American generals to draw up plans to invade what is effectively European sovereign territory in Greenland. Should we be afraid?
So for those who don't know, LBC is a UK-based media organization. So this is a European sort of perspective on Trump's threats. Okay.
Well, of course not.
I know, Hiyori. I know. That's a good question, Hiyori.
I mean, it's preposterous and it's laughable to suggest that our greatest ally, Great Britain, and those of us who are so much alike with our holidays.
Macy, you're right. And I got to admit, sorry, guys, I know I keep going back to the gender thing. Macy makes a good point here. Well, Mr. King K said, rightfully, and there's nothing wrong with this, but Mr. King said the staff would make unnecessary comments against boys and men, and 12-year-old me is thinking, who hurt you? And then Macy responds, probably their dad, grandpas, uncles, brothers. Yeah, this is a big issue, guys. There are a lot of men who raise their sons in pretty unpleasant ways. I experienced it. And then no one tries to get them out of that cycle. And a lot of these guys, after being taught this way by there you go, generational trauma. A lot of guys, after getting taught this way, are then demonized by other people, which then further cements this sense of men are under siege, right? Because to them, they're kids. They don't know what they're doing wrong. They just view it as an attack. And there needs to be a better way to approach this to get a lot of young men out of this generational trauma and this sort of having the toxic men in their life teach them toxic things. And so we need to be able to talk about these things in a way that's humanizing and doesn't demonize young boys and young men. Okay. And it's very difficult to do that because at the same time, guys, I totally get it. There are a lot of women out there who go through a trauma at the hands of men. And so there's all these things you have to navigate and when talking about these things. And a lot of people have very black or white thinking when it comes to these things. All right. So I know I might get pushback on that. I don't think I will, but we need, and women also. Okay, regardless, women are being massively assaulted all over the place in terms of like by the Trump administration. So when I do talk about these things, it sounds like I'm ignoring women. I am not. That's why one of the reasons I'm talking about these things is for the sake of women, because I think we need to change a lot of the masculine side of things that will be beneficial to both men and women. Does that make sense? All right. Yeah, I'm sure they probably were her. I just thought it's funny that grown women were talking out on like, no, yeah, Mr. King K, that's gross. And that's another issue. And Mr. King K, you're right. Like women, grown women shouldn't be taking it out on boys like that. Okay. Absolutely not. Macy, you're absolutely right. It's safer for guys to go along with it so the hate doesn't get turned on them. Yeah, guys, give me a second here. I'm going to put up my face. It looks like people want to talk about this a little bit. Let's just talk about it a little bit more, and then we'll go back to the video, okay? So we hear, you said here, in okay, in fairness, I do believe what draws men to being red-pilled is also radical feminism. Yes. Now, so, okay, I'm sorry, I'm reading some of this stuff, guys. Like, give me a second here. There's a lot of good comments about this. I think I sparked a conversation. So, clear, yeah, yep. Generational trauma. Yep. Okay, because how can we believe you care about our views when you're closer to the viewpoints? How can you care? Yes, okay. And this is why it's a very okay, Macy, I will, okay? So let me do a recap here, all right? The idea here being, guys, that gender norms are harmful to men and women. All right? They are oppressive to men and women. Women, legally and historically, have suffered the brunt of those effects from a legal perspective, right? Legally, women have been subjugated historically and therefore has been subject to state violence and things like that. That does not mean, though, that gender norms are not also oppressive towards men, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of young men, boys especially, and the reason I learned this, folks, is because I taught for years, are learning from other men really bad things, or they're being exposed to men on the internet that are teaching them very bad values in regards to quote unquote masculinity and what it means to be a man. It's just true. And because of historical legal oppression of women, there is a lot of sensitivity, and rightly so, to any perception of being hateful towards women. So a lot of times when these young men are trying to work out how they're being taught by their parents, there will be really vicious pushback that is dehumanizing towards them as men. Okay? Even though they're children. And I have found that it is, and it's understandable because there's a lot of trauma linked to these sort of toxic ways of doing things. But if we just push back on young men and basically say, you're a horrible man, there's something wrong with you, you're evil, after they've been taught this thing by their loved ones and they thought that that was what's right and good, all it does is lead to radicalization and this view that they're under siege and that they are being oppressed for being men, which opens up the door to the red pillars to get a hold of them. So I have found that it is important to talk about these issues with young men. Talk about what it means to be a man, what masculinity means, and how it is a construct, and also to show them how their views of the toxic views of masculinity are bad for them, not just women, because it is bad for them. Okay, and yeah, no, you're right, Macy. You're right. You're right. It has been around for a long time, but like this is men do go through stuff, and we as a society, in response to historical oppression, have focused on one side of this, which we should have. And Macy, I'm agreeing with you. But like the way to fix it is not to go after young guys. Okay, I have no sympathy for adult men who feel this way. Okay, who like after a certain age, you got to get your shit together. Okay, but we're going to get more adults that way unless we have young men. We talk to them in a way that's productive and doesn't reinforce their views of being under siege, even if it's not true. You see what I mean? So guys, and I got to tell you, I don't mean to toot my own horn here. I have had multiple students, male students of mine, contact me and tell me I was the reason they didn't get sucked into the red pill community. So I think this is an important thing to do, right? Okay. We have to acknowledge that young men are human beings. Men are human beings generally. Women are human beings, and we got to treat everyone like human beings. All right. Okay. And these systems are oppressive to all of us. And toxic masculinity is oppressive. Men, by the way, are very lonely right now. They have high rates of self-unaliving and loneliness. And it's partially self-inflicted because they're listening to red pillars, and they don't know how to interact with women in a respectful way. But like, that shows you that this is really bad for people, right? Okay. So we also need men to realize how bad this is for them, that men are thinking this way. All right. And make them understand that they are being victimized by the people who are trying to teach them these things. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hey there, been a hot minute sounding off in chat. I would love to see you react into Channel 5 Andrew Callaghan interview with Nick Shirley that just dropped. Pretty interesting. Okay, I'll take a look at that, W. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll see if we have time today. If not, maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I'll have to see how long it is, but thank you, W. All right. And by the way, red tubers. Shh, G-man, I didn't say that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and guys, that's right. Men, you can be friends, by the way, with women too, right? And I know I'm not talking to men out here, just yourself. Like, women are human beings. And they can be very fun in a non-sexual way. Okay, it sounds so stupid that I'm saying that, but okay. All right. But like, and again, men, guys, something else, guys that are out there, right? Like, we get treated by shit by the state. I hope you guys know that. We are treated like shit by the state. The state wants women. By the way, women, you're also treated like shit by the state. The state wants women to be a bunch of baby-producing machines because the bigger your population, the better it is for the state. You get more troops, you get more laborers, and the state views men as basically cannon fodder for the military war machine. Not exactly what I would call beneficial for men. A lot of this masculinity stuff about fighting and war and being strong and muscular goes back to the need for warriors for the use of the state. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to go die for the state for a pointless reason. And I don't want my worth to be connected to how valuable I am to the state. I'm a human being, and I would much rather my worth be linked to some other form of masculinity. You can create your own form of masculinity. You don't need the state to tell you what's masculine or not masculine, okay? And you don't need the right wing, which oftentimes bases their views on this thing off the state to tell that to you. Yeah, Outer Signal, I'm going to read this. This is also partially a cultural thing, folks. You see straight older men in Africa and Arab countries holding hands and displaying physical platonic love. I am all for us bros over here in the now I'm saying this as a gay man, so you guys probably won't believe me. Men being more affectionate with each other. Come on, who doesn't want to cuddle with the bros once in a while? Okay, I know I might be overplaying my hand here. But like seriously, we are so afraid of doing anything that appears gay. Like uh that doesn't mean you're gay, friend. You're human beings. Like, you can and no, by the way, not every man is this way. There are a lot of men who hug each other and things like that. But like it doesn't you can express love to each other that's platonic, all right? Um, all right. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta kiss your homies on the lips. J-Mac, I didn't say that, but all right. Uh, yeah, and it's a cultural thing, folks. Hello, Weird Mormons Blob. There are other places in the world that are much more okay with platonic displays of friendship publicly. In America, we're always afraid about being labeled gay. All right. Um, okay. Like, and it who cares? Like, you're not gay. Um, that fear of being gay is also kind of enacted by the state because being viewed as gay is being viewed as effeminate and not a man. And the state wants men, right? So there's sort of this initial reaction to being gay as a fear that you're not going to have that power or you're not going to be viewed as masculine anymore because that's supposed to be demonized, right? You have to demonize people who aren't masculine. And for the guys out there who aren't big and strong or who don't play sports, you're constantly being demonized because of our masculine standards, right? Like, I don't care if you're overweight. I don't care if you're like a skinny little nerd. You're all men. Why do we need to have these masculine standards? And you're all human beings. Why do we need to have these dehumanizing masculine standards that say that you're lesser than just because you're not big and muscular or don't have a gun? Like, it's so stupid. You're all human beings, okay? All right. Yeah, totally outer signal. Family too, okay? All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine, Jonas, and it's not for everyone. Like, some people just don't like being touched, but like we should also open the door if people want to, all right? Yeah, that just goes to show how yeah, and that's why guys, I always view and I'm saying this as a gay man. I always viewed some of the less okay, this sounds bad. The least masculine men, in my opinion, are like the Andrew Tates of the world. They're like the bitchiest babies. I shouldn't use that word. That's misogynistic. They're like the biggest babies on the planet. Like they are leaking a lack of self-confidence. Okay? Like leaking you can see that they are so self-conscious, right? I think what's super attractive is like a quiet confidence in masculinity where you don't care about how people view it. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being biased here, but you see what I mean. It doesn't matter. You can be whatever you want, right? I'm just saying. Um, okay. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with masculinity. We can make our own masculinity, right? We don't have to go off what the state wants us to do. Okay. I know, Matt Saigai. I know it's misogynistic. I apologize. Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys. Anyway. So we'll go back to this. All right. Let's go back to the scene we're watching, and we could talk about this. I could talk about this for hours. It's a very interesting topic to me because I had people like on Halloween. There'd be students that would come in to my class like dressed up like Charlie Kirk or dressed up like Andrew Tate because they liked these guys so much. Not because they thought they were scary, but like I had to live through that whole red pill shit and had to deal with students. Like it got to the point, folks, where in a classroom, you would have trouble getting through a lesson without someone saying something horrifically misogynistic just to get attention. Because Andrew Tate and them were just extremely, extremely, extremely influential. And there was this instinct to sort of demonize these young boys, these young men, which would just further put them into Andrew Tate's arms. So I would have conversations. I would ask these guys to see me after class, and we would get into these groups, and we would almost have a therapy session talking about why'd you do this, and like how do you think, like, you have to talk to them one-on-one, okay? You have to get them to see and not make them feel like anyway. Yes. It was hard, J-Mac, and guys, I made the mistake initially of because when it comes to things like that, I'd be pretty authoritarian initially, but I quickly learned I couldn't do that. I would have to, I would shut them up, all right, and then I would make them come see me afterwards, and we would have a serious conversation that was open and not accusatory, and it would work, okay? Now, obviously, I would remove them from the classroom if they were literally saying these things. I would have to, because I also don't want the women and the girls in there to hear these things that are demonizing them and destroying their sense of self. So I would remove them from the classroom and then talk to them afterwards. I would try not to humiliate them publicly. It's difficult. It depends on the person. All right. Okay, let's continue. Let's watch this. So again, this guy's talking about Trump's person. That's hilarious, Meowzord. Guys, like who Meowzord says there's a gay rapper who goes on a live radio show, raps and says a line about hooking up with a dude, and one of the straight guests walks out. What a weakling. Like, if you're not gay, why do you care? It's like, all right. Okay.
It's language, and even some of our cultures, we're essentially the same people divided by waters in many cases. And so it's
By the way, guys, I highly recommend you watch, Louise will back me up on this. Watch the show Adolescence. I think it's on Netflix. I'm not sure what it is. Watch Adolescence. It is a British TV show. Okay. So watch Adolescence and you'll be able to see how these things can affect people. All right. Okay. All right.
To suggest that Europe, especially Great Britain, needs to be afraid of President Donald Trump or the United States of America. You fail to remember that it was President Reagan who declared, tear down those walls.
Absolutely. But President Reagan wouldn't have threatened to invade Greenland, would he, Pastor Burns?
Well, I mean, you got to understand there was a purpose and a reason why those type of languages and conversations are coming up concerning Greenland. You got to understand our adversaries, Russia and China, who are strategically positioning themselves in the Arctic area.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's British. I keep saying, yeah, thank you, G-Man.
Devastating move of military might that Russia and China is positioning submarines and nuclear powers within those regions.
In which case,
that is something that we cannot have.
In which case, absolutely, absolutely, Pastor Burns, and the Danish government.
So, okay, this guy defending everything Trump does. He's apparently a pastor, by the way. He's apparently a pastor. Apparently a pastor. I don't know why he's okay. Did someone say to me that there is a 5-minute block on people commenting in chat? Because I thought I turned that off. Let me double check here. Oh, damn it. No wonder. Okay, we're gonna redo that. Okay, so we're gonna redo it. So now, guys, you should be able to chat even if you haven't been in here long, which will hopefully open up the door to more people coming in here. We might have to turn it back on if we get too many trolls.
And the European Union and Great Britain are all equally concerned with those things, which is precisely why the Danish government and the Greenlanders have said to the United States government, under the existing treaty that you have, which was signed in 1951 under President Truman.
I fixed it, guys. I normally try to keep it off of that when we're doing vertical. I must have forgotten to turn it off from the last stream.
Whatever you want, effectively, in Greenland. You can have as many military bases as you want. You can have as many soldiers as you want. And yet President Trump is suggesting that he will take Greenland the hard way or the easy way. So that is why people currently, right now, in Greenland and in Denmark and in the rest of Europe are scared of you. And whether we have the same holidays or not, as you put it, that's understandable, isn't it?
Well, again, it's understandable when you don't have American interests as number one. When you're not focused on America.
But we're supposed to be allies. We're supposed to be friends. You just said that we're great friends. You just said that we're the same
Not
people.
yet,
so
a bright
why
love.
would you invade the sovereign territory of your own people, as you put it, if we're the same?
Well, again,
it does, Mr.
Greenland
Kincaid.
is not Great Britain. Let's be clear.
No, but it's
number
part of
two,
Green. It's part of Denmark,
well,
which is one of your closest allies.
It's not Great Britain, right? You're trying to mix words. We're talking about.
No,
Great
I know it's
Britain.
not. I know it's not Great Britain, but we're friends of Denmark.
We're not talking about invading Great Britain. We're simply talking
supposed to be
about
relieved by that.
protecting Great Britain. We're talking about protecting Great Britain. We're talking about protecting those enemies who desire to destroy Great Britain.
Well, Pastor Burns, how do we know?
The European
Yeah.
Union. What we do know
Oh my God.
is this: Russia, Iran, China are building up their military strategic moves in the region.
Really? Do we think that Russia or China are going to attack Greenland? Do you know how suicidal that would be? I'm sorry, unaliving, whatever the hell. What kind of censorship does YouTube want me to use on this one? How stupid that would be. They're not dumb. Okay. That would be like, do you remember how the United States behaved when the Soviet Union tried to put missiles on Cuba? The China and Russia are not dumb enough to ever try to put emplacements in Greenland. And I mean that. And I'm not saying that, like, okay, it's all about, you know, control of resources and shit. All right. And they're also trying to build fear by making it appear as though, like the Russians and the Chinese are coming for Greenland. You know, even if they were, like, who cares? Like, really, who cares? I don't really. Okay, all right.
We know this. We know that they're going to continue to do that. While you want to continue to try to talk kumbaya, our enemies are building up military pressures, submarine bases.
Then why haven't you put more soldiers into Greenland now? Then why haven't you put more soldiers into Greenland now?
But why, did you guys hear that? Was it the UK and France were saying they might send some troops to Greenland just to? I don't think they will. I think it's just sort of a statement they're making. But all right.
You're able,
Britain and Europe. And
Pastor
so
Burns,
that's the challenge that we're having.
As I say, under the 1951 treaty, you can put in as many soldiers as you like. There used to be 10,000 American soldiers in Greenland. There are now 200. That happened among other presidents under President Trump. So if it's such an urgent military problem...
Yeah, no, that's always been a role. There's always been sort of a spiritual advisor to the president. I think it's a symbolic role. It just appeases the evangelicals. Okay, it's stupid.
Why haven't you put more soldiers in hitherto? Why is it only a problem now when Donald Trump has decided, for whatever reason, that he wishes to annex Greenland?
Well, I think you know, President Trump is a master at getting the attention of the world. Just like when he one time hinted in a jokingly way that he would run for a third time, when yet everyone knows it's not in our Constitution for a president to run for a third time. And just to get you media talking about the very issues that's on President Trump's heart. The point that I'm making is this. I know this. I know President Trump. And Venezuela is proof of this, that he is a man not to be messed with when it comes to the sovereign and the protection of the America policies and the American interests and our allies. That includes Great Britain. It's laughable to me to see that some, as you stated, are afraid of the United States of America when everything we do oftentimes includes protecting our great friends.
Oh! Oh my God. Who out there feels protected by the United States at this point? I mean, who out there I'm sure, you know, we are protecting Iran from themselves. We're protecting Venezuela, aren't we? Surely we're protecting everyone. Very protected. Do we all feel super protected out there right now? Right now, do we all feel super protected? Yeah. We could talk about NATO and shit. But right now, do people feel protected? Okay, I love that. I love that. The United States just is always trying to protect people, right? Yeah, G-Man, yeah. He's like, this is like a Putin. Is that not what Putin said when invading the Ukraine? We're going to go into Ukraine to protect them from the West. Like, they use the exact same talking points. And of course, they don't notice the contradiction. Okay, love that for us. Love that. Good. Love that.
In the British Empire.
Well, let me try to.
This is
Well, the
why
British
it's
Empire's gone.
important for us.
We're pleased to say.
Yeah. Well, some don't think so.
No, you're right, Abe Wright, love.
Let me just say, the
ensuring
United
your
Kingdom.
freedom.
And so it's laughable to suggest that Great Britain should be afraid of the United States.
Well, Pastor.
For the people from the UK out there, from the British folks out there, anyone here might feel slightly worried about the United States. Now, I'm not saying that you might be worried that we're going to invade you, maybe, but I know if I was living in the UK, I might be a bit concerned. Don't say, don't tell me I'm wrong. I'm just saying, I know you're probably not horribly worried, but you might be a little worried, right? Meowzord, right? I suspect, as Meowzord says, Sam, we need the UK. Of course we do, Meowzord. We need to protect the UK from Russia and China. There you go, Louise. We need to annex the UK to protect them from the UK and China. Now, obviously, I don't actually think we're going to invade the UK, but if I were in the UK, I would be a little bit worried about us. I would. Because even if we don't invade, we could put a lot of pressure on the UK. We don't seem to care about who our allies are anymore. Okay? All right.
Pastor, let me try and explain why that might be. And I'm not just talking about Great Britain here, but I'm talking about other European countries. But ultimately, we're allies with Denmark. We're NATO allies. So are you. Denmark sacrificed over 50 Danish soldiers. They actually had the greatest casualty rate per person of any country in the alliance that was built up to invade Iraq and Afghanistan in 20 years ago, right? So they are close allies of yours. Is it not profoundly insulting to them?
This is kind of a lib take, I got to tell you. I get it. Yes, the Danes sent troops to Afghanistan and Iraq, but this is kind of a lib take. Like, aren't you, I shouldn't say this, but like, couldn't he frame it in a way like, don't you know the Danes also helped with your violent imperialism in the Middle East? Don't you know they helped you slaughter all those innocent people? How dare you? Now, I don't want to frame it that way because it implies then that I am okay with, the U.S. taking Greenland. I am not, but I just don't like this Libby framing about Afghanistan. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, G-Man. And I don't mean to be, I really don't want to talk negatively about Denmark, given what's happening. But as G-Man says, yeah, and now Denmark is crying about the same thing that they did to the Middle East. I know, G-Man. See, that's where I'm kind of like, okay, I get it. Though Denmark is innocent, this does not excuse anything against Denmark. But you see what I mean? Okay, regardless, it's a point that I think will work on this guy. All right.
And to their memory, soldiers who died.
I know, I'm sorry,
for you,
Drizella.
For your country, because you said you needed them, who came to your defense after 9/11, that an American president comes along like a bully and says, we're going to take your territory.
Well, I think it's, again, obviously we're grateful for every country, every
Doesn't sound
soldier,
that grateful.
That died for the defense of freedom.
And every country that died? Sorry, there's a grammar problem there.
That includes the American soldiers that also died for freedom, protecting protecting
we're supposed to be
all
friends.
of those territories. But listen, let's just be clear.
With friends like you, who needs enemies?
That's accurate. With friends like us, who needs enemies? Like, that's very true.
That the European Union has been complete friends of the United States of America. That is not true. All right. So you're sitting here.
I don't even know why I paused it there. I'm just annoyed. I feel like he doesn't probably know much about the EU or about NATO. I mean, he is a pastor. He's not like an academic or... Okay, well, we'll see what he says here. They aren't dividing up others' territory. It's like World War II. Liberal Europe only cares when it's turned There you go, Weirdomorphous Blob.
Acting as though that every interest and every decision of the European Union, the EU, which you are part of, has made decisions.
We're not part of the EU anymore.
That has made decisions, excuse me, correct, that has made decisions for and in advance of the United States of America. No, sir, that is not true. The reality.
Wait a minute. That they have made decisions in advance of the United States of America? I'm sorry, I need to hear that.
The EU, which you are part of, has made decisions.
We're not part of the EU anymore.
That has made decisions, excuse me, correct, that has made decisions for and in advance of the United States of.
Oh, how dare the EU? How dare the EU make decisions before and in advance of the United States? Oh, how dare they? Shouldn't they bow to the throne? Shouldn't they, kneel at our feet and kiss our feet? I love that. Dad, we don't like them because they made decisions without consulting us first. Guys, this just highlights the imperialism, does it not? It just highlights, yeah, Macy, he just made a statement based on one fact, and then the fact was wrong, and he just kept on going. You're right, Macy. In his idea, he also said that Britain was part of the EU. It's not. I want to point that out. I think that happened quite a few years ago at this point. All right. That's great. Yeah, this is, to be honest, Jonas, this is why the UK should get involved. We always know how to properly create borders in new countries. Yes, that's gone great, hasn't it? Especially in Africa. All those new borders created out of nowhere without consulting anyone that lived there. Great. All right. Virtual violence, welcome back. Yes, it's what pastors do best, okay?
America, no, sir.
And India. Thank you, Louise, and India.
The reality of it is our enemies are very real. China is very real. Russia.
You know who's not your enemy, Pastor?
And
Denmark.
that's the very reason why we went to Venezuela to make sure that Iran and China, who buys up 90% of the oil reserves from Venezuela to help fund, and Russia to help fund killing Ukrainians in Kyiv. Right now, the innocent children that are dying, the innocent women that are dying
Do you think he cares about Palestine? Okay, honest question. I know this is a bit off topic, but I got a little itch in the back of my head. Do you think he would care about Palestinian children dying? If okay, just in theory, if we were to ask him, how do you feel that the United States should keep funding Israel? How would this Christian pastor respond? I'm just curious, what do we think? And you know what? I really wish they would ask him that. Because, yeah, I do care about children in Kiev. I care about the Ukrainian people not being slaughtered by their imperialist neighbor. But, like, at the same time, I also care about the Palestinian children. And I just suspect that this guy doesn't really care about children. He cares about Ukrainian children because he doesn't like Russia. Yeah, guys, yeah, right. He'd probably justify it. Right, shocking, Mr. King K. The pastor's lying. So, okay, just curious. I know that was unrelated to what he's saying, but just a little thing in the back of my head that kept going off when he said that.
Fund the Putin war machine. This is what's on the heart and the mind of President Trump, to make sure that the USSR is not coming back, to make sure that Kyiv is standing, make sure that the Baltic states, and that includes NATO,
You're a pastor. You're a pastor.
That's the reality.
You're a pastor.
Okay.
And of course, in Christianity, of course, the central dictum is treat thy neighbor as you would treat thyself. Do you think that President Trump, right now,
got a bright love? If I wrote, by the way, welcome back, I Bright. Like I think you've been in here before. Smoke, drink once every time the Trumper lies. A bright love. I don't want to die on stream. I would never do that. I would die. I'd be drinking and I would die in like 5 minutes. If you knew the things Israel does to children, your stomach would turn and your blood would. Yeah, I don't know if it would for him though, because fortunately, Mr. King K, and I say this. I don't say this lightly. Mr. King K says, if you knew the things Israel does to children, your stomach would turn and your blood would. The problem with that, Mr. King K, is you first have to view Palestinians as people. And a lot of these monsters don't. They don't think Palestinians are human beings, okay? They don't view Arab Muslims, Muslims generally, or even Christian Arabs, really anyone who isn't Israeli, they don't view as human. So, okay, that kind of ruins it, though, right? Like, how, it's hard to demand these people treat those folks with empathy if they don't view them as human beings. Real big problem there. Really gross human beings that think that way. All right.
with his allies, with his friends, with Denmark, with Greenland, who have done nothing to him but support him. Do you think that he's living up to that spiritual dictum?
Again, I think that you are mixing words. The reality of it is President Trump's #1 goal is to protect...
President Trump.
G-Man here, who we love having here, says, my mom doesn't have a single relative... You're going to make me cry, G-Man. My mom doesn't have a single relative alive after this war. That whole side of my family was wiped out. Yeah. And our government, by the way, Americans, is funding that. G-Man lost his mother's side of his family because of our tax dollars. And for the Europeans out there, your tax dollars help that too. Okay. And, all right. Like, okay. So we're very sorry. Obviously, nothing I say will help the situation, but we're very sorry, G-Man, that you've gone through that. Okay. That your family went through that. Okay. Yeah, it is, it absolutely is, Mr. King K. All right. I'm trying not to, my eyes are tearing up. I'm trying to stay calm here. All right, let's continue watching this.
American interest. No, sir, that's a fool. That is not true. I know the man, and the man is a giver. And unfortunately, you people like you who've never met him and you only know him through the...
I will say, can I give you, I know I'm an asshole, G-Man, but can I give you one slight correction? It isn't a war. It's just a whole sale slaughter, right? Like, I don't know how, like, I don't view it as a war, in my opinion. It's just that it's just a genocidal ethnic cleansing. Like, okay, but no, okay, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, you see what I mean.
Lenses of some news clip or some bite by some liberal media outlet that is spreading it around the world.
With respect, Pastor Burns. With respect, Pastor Burns. With respect,
let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
I know, Jonas,
people
right?
People like you who take these small sound bites and don't know the man, don't know the man as a father, don't know the man as a wonderful, wonderful husband to his wife Melania, not understanding the...
Right, guys, he's a lovely husband to his wife Melania. Oh my God. What do you mean? Law school pro? You say Israel doesn't have, you mean doesn't have a right to defend itself? Go for it, Iran. You said it, law school pro. I didn't say it, but you said it. Okay. Not sure why everyone's mad. Jonathan Ross was well within his rights. Within his rights. Oh, who's Jonathan Ross? Oh, that's the agent. Yeah, hilarious. In his rights. Good, funny. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Like, why are we talking about Melania? Like, this is so stupid. I don't give a shit. Okay. We need organized to do, or they will just invest us individually. A general tax strike would be. Yeah, I think a general strike would be effective. A general rejection of taxes. All right. I wish we could date all. Mike Lopez, thank you for coming in here and talking about your love for big girls. Okay. Mike, I don't know who Mike Lopez is, but Mike Lopez's first comment was, I love big girls or something like that. Big girls are beautiful. And now Mike Lopez out of nowhere is saying, I wish I could date all the big girls in the world. Good for you, Mike Lopez. Good for you. All right. He was unfaithful right after birth. Yeah, he was, Drusilla. Okay. Yeah, it will, Law School Pro. That stupid Melania movie will flop. Only people go... Yeah, probably Law School Pro. Okay, guys, let's continue.
For grandfather to his grandchildren and his love for American people.
JDH, I actually posted in our Discord a link to General Strike US. I'm in communication with them. I'm on their server, and they've spoken to me. So I'm definitely for a general strike in the United States. They haven't reached out to me in a while, but I communicate with them and shit. But maybe I'll repost it here. I'll repost their link if anyone's interested. Unfortunately, their numbers are not growing at the speed I would like. So I will post here in chat a link to General Strike US. They're trying to make sure they get enough people that can do it. All right.
Includes black people, Muslims, Jews, Christians, Hindus,
Somalians?
all over the world.
Somali Americans,
if we
which you
want to
call
talk
garbage?
about Somalia, we want to talk about the corruption that is happening in Minnesota. That is not a race issue. That is a integrity issue of these.
Oh, I love that
group of people.
Okay, listen to that. This is not a race issue. This is an integrity issue of that group of people in reference to Somalians. Right. Right. Not a race issue. If we want to talk about Somalia, this is an integrity issue, not a race issue. These people have a lack of integrity. Kind of sounds like a race issue when you frame it that way, buddy. Kind of sounds like a race issue when you frame it as that group of people, Somalians. Okay. And where's Jonas? Jonas always jokes about how they're going to turn it into something about Somalians. Well, there we go. Jonas, right again. Always turn it back to the Somalians. Okay. Okay.
Minnesota who have taken advantage of American society. And so that has nothing to do with race. That has everything to do with integrity. And these people who are part of this evil manipulation of funds.
Oh, God, evil manipulation. By the way, wasn't the main person who did the manipulation a white woman, a non-Somali white woman? Regardless, I love that is evil, right? That is evil. I'm sure killing that woman in Minnesota was not evil, though, of course. And the corruption, by the way, not as bad as he's making it sound, not as widespread, and shit like that, okay? All right. Rowan Knight, that is how war works. It is not pretty. All sides at the end of the day have a reason for the things they do. And what history has taught us is that the victors go to the spoils of war. Rowan Knight, what are you trying to say there? I'm not sure what your point is. What is your point?
Are not good people. And so however you want to try to shape
right, exactly, Mauser. It's not about race. It's about how Somalians are evil.
You're trying to dumb down their
virtual violence. You should join our Discord. If you put that in the reacts channel of our Discord, I'll maybe watch it on stream, okay? By the way, folks, Blendon posted a link to our Discord at the top of the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. Join our Discord. You can actually put videos there for me to react to.
Actions because of your hatred and your disgruntledness of President Donald Trump. So you'd be willing to accept fraud that is happening in America, defrauded the American people, the American tax dollar, just because you despise Donald Trump.
There's
that
no
is what we call Trump deranged syndrome. And it doesn't matter what the president does or how he is or who his true character is.
There's no question, Pastor Burns.
Testimony by people like me who know him very well.
I understand.
Who know him to be a kind.
Guys, we all know that Trump is a flawless individual, right? Flawless individual.
Man, know him to be a
right. We all know that. We all know that's a fact. That is an established fact, right?
fair man. Know him to be a great leader, and many people who have Trump deranged syndrome, no matter what he does or says,
do you think there might be the opposite of Trump derangement syndrome, in the other way, where people get a little bit too captivated by him? Might I subtly suggest? No, you don't think that exists?
I can't speak for everybody. I can't speak for everybody.
Right.
I can only speak for myself.
Right, Mr. King.
Just on Minnesota, just
living God, the God of Abraham, Isaac.
Well, since you mentioned God, Pastor Burns,
Son, Jesus Christ, who died on the cross, that's my God.
Now, question. Okay, I'm sorry. I know I'm off track a little bit. He said the living God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Wasn't there? Now, please tell me, folks, for the people who know the Bible, wasn't there a part in the Old Testament where was it Abraham, where a God told Abraham to sacrifice his own son to God? And then Abraham was literally about to slaughter his own son on a rock. And then God sent down an angel that's like, no, don't do it. I was joking. I'm trying to prove to you. I'm trying to make sure you're loyal to me. Okay, just asking. Honestly, seems kind of immoral to me that to have a God who wants you to prove to him that you'd be willing to slaughter your own son for him. But anyway, I'm sorry, my little bit of atheism coming out there. Just suddenly thought about that. So I do think it's funny when he says, when people refer to like the God of the Abraham, Isaac, and by the way, Abraham also I think had multiple wives, etc. Thank you, Matt Saigai, and things like that. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting. Yeah, we call those people schizophrenics. Anyway, I don't mean to be an asshole. I'll continue.
You mentioned God.
God has used Donald Trump to be the leader that America needs in this season.
I understand.
So you think he was God chosen? You think Trump's been chosen by God? The world has pushed the United States of America behind. It is the leadership of President Trump and those.
Rowan Knight, welcome to chat. Rowan Knight says, the way the world today is run by nations struggling to all get the best outcome from themselves, whether selfish or not, it looks selfish from someone else's point of view. Again, I'm not sure what your point is there, Roan Knight. So you think it's okay for countries just to attack each other at will? They can do whatever the hell they want because, and if you don't like it, it's just because you're not looking at it from their point of view. Is that what it is? So we can't really criticize what nations do because that we're just not looking at it from their perspective. Clearly, what Hitler did when he invaded Poland, annexed the Sudetenland, went into Austria, remilitarized the Rhineland, attacked France, attacked Denmark. That was just from his point of view that would be good. Therefore, why criticize it? Is that what you're saying? I'm just curious what you mean. Like I'm just curious. I really don't understand your point because it sounds almost sociopathic if what you're saying is what you mean. Okay. All right.
Use Donald Trump to be the leader that America needs.
Good. Look at the guys laughing. Apparently, we got the divine right of kings, folks, going on here. The idea that Trump is appointed by God. Very funny, very funny. You know what? I would believe that in some ways because God does some pretty nasty things in the Bible. You know, orders a genocide. You know, turns some people into salt. He tortures a guy named Job. So maybe, although probably God has a bit more riz and at least can speak better than Trump. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm getting all mixed up here. So if we look at like the Old Testament, then yeah, maybe God did choose Trump. Let's be honest. Okay, I'm getting beside the point, but it is hilarious that he thinks Trump was chosen by God. Okay,
I understand. So you think he was God chosen? You think Trump's been chosen by God?
Has pushed the United States of America behind.
Yeah, right, Alyssa. God was kind of a psycho, so maybe that does make sense. You know, that might be the only thing I agree with him on. Okay, I'm just kidding.
It is the leadership of President Trump and those around him that he's choosing to help bring America back to the forefront to be the shining city on the hill.
I understand. One final question, Pat.
Now, I don't mean to make this racial, but how could a black American man possibly say that he wants to make America great again? Bring it back to being a shining city on a hill. When was America a shining city on a hill for black Americans? Like, okay, I just think that's kind of gross. All right, he wants to like when does he recommend we return to? When does he recommend we return to in American history to make it great again? Okay? Like do we recommend we return to segregation? No, I know Fox Emblem, right? I know that he just wants money. He just wants power and influence. But like, do we want to return to when slavery was happening? Do we want to return to the Tulsa race riots? I just think that's a really weird. And yes, you're right. Outer Signal. I'm sorry, Fox Emblem. He just wants the money. He just wants the money. He's doing this because he's a human being and he wants the power and the influence that comes with being Trump's personal religious figure. Like, I can't imagine that he actually wants to return to one of those times. He's just being a puppet for the Trump regime. It's gross though. It's real gross. Would someone please ban Provider 61 from the YouTube chat, please? Thank you. Or get rid of them. Just get rid of them. Okay. So that's good, right? That's good. Love that for us.
So, that's why it is peace through strength.
I understand.
Thank you very
One
much.
final question, Pastor Burns. We're very grateful for your time this morning. I know it's very early where you are as well. Given you mentioned Minnesota, and again, as you are a religious man, and you say that Donald Trump is as well. How does it fit with Christianity when we see a woman, whatever the circumstances, a mother of 3, killed on the streets of Minneapolis, and the president does not hesitate, does not wait for a single second to find out the circumstances or the evidence of that killing, and instead simply declares her a domestic terrorist with no pity and no remorse for the loss for her children and family? How does that align with your, or indeed his?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm very confused. We got some lunatics coming into chat here, I think. So I'm trying to follow along what rational people are saying, but I'm getting bogged down here. Rebecca Good, Jackson County, charged in with Destiny, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm not going to even pay attention to those. Yeah, Mr. Kincaid, we're just going to ignore that statement. Yes, that is exactly what I'm not going to say it aloud, but yes, that is what we heard here. There you go. Yeah, exactly, guys. Why do you think if that guy was okay with segregation, I have no problem segregating him out of chat. Okay, so he's gone. Thank you, Matt Guy, for being a kick-ass mod. Yeah, to hell with poor countries, but we'll bring out Nigerian. Okay. Yep.
Christianity.
Here we go. I know Fox Emblem. I know you love the bots, Fox Emblem.
I think it's important to realize that this person chose her own death.
She chose her own death. She's responsible for her own death
because she ran over a federal officer. She did not.
Those circumstances are disputed, as you know.
The reality of it is that there's too much video evidence. Let me just say, there's just too much evidence to suggest that.
Do you think this guy? Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be going down this route. I know people can be sensitive to it, but do you think he defended what happened to George Floyd? Like I don't know. I feel like if we were back during what happened to George Floyd, he'd be defending that too, right? Like it just all right. Let's see.
You think she deserved to die?
And well, again, when a person kills another person, they sentencing themselves to die. That's their choice. If you murder somebody,
why murder anybody?
Choosing. Well, no, but my point of it is a person's decisions. If you decide to reject Jesus as your Lord and Savior,
so you're right.
God is not sending you to hell. You're sending yourself to hell. It is your choice. It is your decisions. If you decide.
Guys, I love that. Guys, I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do the atheism thing. I can't help myself sometimes. But like that argument that, oh, no, you have a choice to be sent to hell. If you decide to defy the leader, you get to go to hell. So it's you making that choice. It's not like God is the one doing it to you. It's not like God is the one who is sending you, like that is forcing you to choose between doing what he says or, not doing what he says and getting sent to hell. Like, I love that argument that Christians make. It's like, no, that's like a dictator saying, oh, no, it's your choice if you defy me. If you want to be put in prison and tortured, that's your choice. I'm not making that decision for you, right? Okay, I'm sorry. I can't. I'll shut up.
To shoot up drugs in your arm, and even though people around you saying don't do it, stop.
Jonas, right? Jonas, right? I love that. Again, I've said this before, folks. You know how Americans are always like, oh, the Muslims are like have such authoritarian Muslim regimes, like the Islam controls their governments. Like these are the kind of arguments that are being made in America, by the way. Like, does this sound like a secular country to you? Or does it sound like Christian extremist fundamentalism? Like, okay, I love this.
Still, but yet you still shooting up drugs in your arm, then whatever happens is because you pushed it to be. And God has a grace and a love. He sends people that says, I'm going to look beyond your faults and still meet your needs. But in the end, you reap, as the Bible says, what you sow.
So she had it coming.
This woman, she deserved I'm not saying she had it coming, and I'm not saying she deserved it. I'm saying she reaped what she sowed. The question.
Thank you, G-Man. I really do appreciate that. I know there is sensitivity to it out there. So thank you, though, for saying that.
There was no evidence, Pastor Burns. There was no evidence. There was no evidence of drugs. There was no criminal activity.
We're not talking about drugs, but when we say there was an order that was, I'm using it as an example.
Oh, law school,
right? And I'm sorry, you may be a little bit slow. You can't follow the conversation. The point of it is,
I can't follow what you're saying. I must be honest. No.
You reap what you sow. That's the end of the day. The woman was asked to stop.
I'm sorry, Brave Cave. Okay, this is fun. This is why when I turn off the chat thing, we get people in here. For those saying that Renee Good had been found with abusing a child or whatever, it was Rebecca Good, her lover, that used a cigarette on the kid. Okay. First of all, even if Renee Good had even if Renee Good had done a crime, does that mean she deserves to be executed? does that mean she deserves to be executed in the middle of a street without a trial? So, like, I don't. It's such a stupid argument. Like, I don't know what to say. It's a stupid argument to be like, oh, this person committed a crime in the past, and I don't think it's true, right? But okay, regardless, I just think it's stupid. Okay, it's so dumb.
Like every person in America, when
Yeah,
a law
Just for
enforcement
clarity,
officer-
Pastor
Oh, I know, Fox Emblem. I should emphasize, guys, there's no evidence to that claim. I'm just saying, if it were true, it doesn't matter anyway. That's why it's stupid whether it's true or not, whether she committed a crime, okay?
I think we owe it to her family.
Yeah,
But
exactly,
number two,
G-Man.
She decided, even with her partner trying to get into the car, she sped off, hitting in the police, hitting the law enforcement officer. Sir, that is an assault on a law enforcement officer, and many courts would consider that an attempted on life, right? Because she has a vehicle and she's driving, and she sees that police, that law enforcement officer, the ICE officer in front, regardless of your political ideology or your
think we owe it. I think we owe it.
I know, Mr. Kincaid, right?
I think no. You've spoken for a long time. I think we owe it to her family.
We're not finishing. The reality of it is, she hit him with a vehicle. There's too much film evidence. And because of your Trump deranged syndrome, you're going to ignore the physical evidence.
I love this. Here's another comment. This is actually interesting. Robert Rotzel, welcome to chat. That's straw manning. She died because she put an officer's life in danger in the officer's perception. That's good. So if an officer just perceives their life in danger, even if it's not in danger, that automatically makes you worthy of execution in this country, apparently. Good. Well, I hope you guys don't, drive too quickly by an officer who's standing on a sidewalk or something. They might get scared and murder you, and that's okay, because in their perception, that makes it okay. So, okay, that's good. Love that for us.
So many different videos from people's cell phones that shows the officer being hit by a vehicle. Sir,
Pastor Burns, you brought up. No, I think we owe it to her family. I started this by saying how it aligned with your religion, and you've brought in various non-sequiturs, various things that do not align with her. So I think we owe it to her family to make one thing very clear.
Right, Mr.
There was
Cozy?
no evidence of drugs or criminal activity. Reports and her family assert she was an American citizen with no criminal record. No weapons or drugs were found in her car. Indeed, inside her car, you know the only thing that agents found? Stuffed animals. That is someone your president described as a domestic terrorist, a mother of three who was killed by one of his...
All right, would someone please ban Bob Edwards from chat? Thank you.
ICE agents, and you, as a man of the cloth, show no remorse about that or no regrets about that whatsoever?
It's sad that her life is lost. Nobody.
President doesn't sound very sad.
No. Listen.
Matt Saiga, you're best.
The fact that she had a weapon. It's called a vehicle. It's called putting her feet on the gas and pressing it. Even though the law enforcement officers had a right to say stop, she did not stop. They said, get out the car. She did not get out the car. Instead, she chose to put her feet on the gas. And even though there was an ICE agent in front of her, she chose to continue to drive ahead. Now, no, she was no drugs. No, she had no guns, but she did have a weapon, and it's called a car. It's called a vehicle. And even in Europe, when there are terrorists who have taken their vehicle and used it to run people over in the middle.
Right, that officer was so threatened, guys. He was so threatened. Oh my God, she was completely directing the vehicle away from him and everything. So threatened. All right. Oop.
Of the street to drive a car in the midst of people, knowing it's going to cause harm. That person was labeled as a terrorist.
The woman in question,
she was retreating. Law school student.
Let's use her name.
Hit a man. The woman hit a officer, an officer of the law in the United States of America.
You're right, Law School Pro. And Law School Pro, I'm guessing you've been to law school, so that is for sure. You have to give people the ability to retreat, right? That's like, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
For that matter, if it had been you and you were standing there with your camera and she hit you, the law enforcement officers would have pulled their weapon and stopped this individual from potentially hurting more people.
Rennie Nicole Good.
That's sad.
She was such a domestic threat.
It breaks my heart that death has happened. No one wants anything like that to take place. It is no one should be
Richard, I agree.
killed. But the reality
she
of
was
it
such
is,
a domestic threat.
She chose
she was such a
chose
domestic
that
threat that
by
she
her
calmly
own
said
actions.
on video, she calmly said on video that everything was
I've done that.
fine and I'm not mad at you seconds before an on-duty immigrations customs enforcement agent fatally shot her. That's how much of a threat that she was, Pastor.
The gas, sir.
Okay.
You're ignoring. You're not even.
Mr. Cozy Nest with Rebecca, what is the officer's condition? I'll send flowers to the hospital. I don't know. I think he had like a paper cut or something, and now he's horribly hospitalized and probably in the ICU, struggling for his life. It's a joke, folks. He's fine. He's absolutely fine.
Acknowledging that. You're only talking about the
Well, you
soft
know as well
side.
as I do that it's highly disputed, and local, the local government and state government have been very, very clear that they dispute the account that the federal government has given. Anyway, Pastor Mark Burns, it's been a spirited conversation.
All right, very good. Very good. Okay, so, oh, guys, it's so funny. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Doug. Okay. Oh, guys, I'm actually enjoying like watching what some of the chats are here. Right, what is he, the pastor of Jonestown? Hilarious. Okay. Now we're doing pretty good here, guys. You can say
will be caught.
I know,
You
virtual
will be
violence. We already watched PragerU. What's this, guys? What is this? 1 month mass can't. What is this? Would you explain to me what this is, Doug? Before I show it here, I just need to make sure. And then, okay. Anti-ICE propaganda. Yay. Okay. So this is just a little thing about ICE propaganda. Let's watch it. It'll be fun. I don't know what it's about. So, yeah. Gotcha. Thank you, Doug. I assumed. All right. What's more surprising is officers of the law have even greater. By the way, folks, for those that are watching, that is, we found out yesterday that the training for ICE officers has been reduced to 47 days, which is cutting in half the number of days they used to be trained. And they did that on purpose because Trump is the 47th president. You can look it up. ICE training is now only 47 days, and they did that on purpose because that is the number of the president that they are to out of respect for Donald Trump. If that doesn't sound authoritarian, that you cut the training in half so that you so that you can have the same number of days as as the president was in office. Okay. Isn't that fun, guys? Isn't it? I know it's cartoonish. It's really cartoonish. Yep. I know, Mithra, right? So, okay. So great. Love that. Law school, you're right. It does sound like a cult, you guys, right? Okay. So, Brave Cave, 86% of field agents are prior military. Good for them. So, do ICE agents require the same skills as someone in the military? Because as I recall, military meant to kill people. ICE agents should not be trained on just how to kill people. Okay. Oh, yeah. Right, Miss My Cozy, right? All right. We don't have money, though, for our own people, do we? Okay. Okay, you guys. All right. Let's watch this real fast. Thank you, Doug.
You will be caught. You will be removed. And you will never return.
Oh, look, it's Kristi Noem. I'm sure we all love her, don't we? I know, Leba. Look it up. I told you, they only get 47 days of training.
Shows the moment the ICE agents
Right, I have a treat for you. Yeah, right, law school?
Daddy,
Law school, isn't it unfortunate how little understanding people have of, like, rights and the law and things like that?
Today.
Oh, this is good. This is good.
A mask can't hide you from your neighbors.
your children, and God, they'll know. You can walk away before the shame follows you home.
Daddy, how's your day?
That was good. That was some anti-ICE propaganda. Like, what are you going to tell your children about? Like, it's kind of like when, like, an SS officer. Like, what are you going to tell your children when you come home from your day job if you're an SS officer? That's pretty good. I support that. I support that. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Not bad, guys. That was pretty good anti-ICE propaganda. Okay, I want to see that CCOT 60 Minutes. I know, Law School Pro. I would love to see it too. The latest video clears audio of her saying, "I'm not mad at you, boy." Yes. Right. Guys, there is a lawyer in chat apparently, and is disagreeing with all of you, but regardless. Okay. If I was a billionaire, I agree, guys. That documentary, I've been trying to find it, and it's been cut off in so many locations. I need to find a copy of that documentary. Right. All right, guys. Okay, guys. So let me see what else we got here. I would someone in chat just said illegal immigrants are illegal immigrants. I would rephrase that as illegal immigrants are human beings, and human beings are human beings, and human beings shouldn't be slaughtered. I know you don't agree because you don't view them as human beings, but I'm just saying. Right? Okay. So let's see what else we got here. Ooh, this looks good. Matt Saigai, how long is this?
AAPLOG, which is very much a propaganda religious machine. They say none of the things that I'm going to give you examples of are actually abortion. That is...
Oh, excuse me. You can watch that, Matt Saigai, real fast. That looks good. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing here. Okay, this looks good too, W. I will watch this tomorrow, W. I just need to because it's a bit too long for us now, but we'll do it tomorrow, okay? Who is this? This is you guys can't see what I'm looking at, but all right, we'll look at that one too. Let's do this. This looks like a quick one. Looks just like a quick one here. We'll do this one. This looks good.
AAPLOG.
This is called this one is called, for those that are watching here. All right, guys. So there you go. I let that through there. Damn, does that mean I need to be restrained with my speech? Okay, Trump's a dirty, flaming micro. There you go. So, guys, okay. So let me show you this, guys. This is gonna, guys, I know my regular members in here are going to hate me for doing this because you all know that it's gonna cause controversy. And since we have people flooding in here, this video is called Pro Lies, Abortion Propaganda Professionals. And it's going to piss off probably some of the folks flooding in here being being pro-choice stuff. So I know you're gonna hate me. You're all gonna hate me. The people here who want calm. So let's all right. Here we go. Everyone ready for it? Let's infuriate the troll, shall we? So let's watch this.
AAPLOG, which is very much a propaganda religious machine. They say none of the things that I'm going to give you examples of are actually abortion. That is false. Only 1.5% of terminations happen after 20 weeks. Viability is like 23 weeks. There are situations of
oh my God, Alyssa, I love you.
Survival less than that, but that is pretty rare and definitely not, it's a...
Pro immigrants are welcome in the chat. There we go. Condescending. All right. Okay, here we go.
It's a gray area. All right, I get that. But any abortion happening after...
John Stevenson says, you guys are the same kind of people who were spitting on soldiers coming from Vietnam. And John Stevenson, you're the same kind of people that were guarding concentration camps. So you can play that game all day.
20 weeks, first off, is going to be rare. Second, many of them, especially in the ones who are born alive, are going to be having abortions for lethal anomalies and be induced. This is still considered an abortion. Something that you will often see when people talk about this is they'll say things like, and this is a propaganda point that is largely pushed by AAPLOG, which is a not real medical association who is very much a propaganda religious machine.
Technically, Finn.
That says they are pro-life OB-GYNs, and the reason they have hardly any members compared to the vast majority of people who are OB-GYNs that are members of ACOG is because you will be hard-pressed to find very many obstetricians who think that abortion should be criminalized. APLOG had at some point said abortion is never medically necessary.
Yeah.
First, I will tell you why they say things like this, and it is because they're trying to change language, okay? What they do with this is they say, none of the things that I'm going to give you examples of are actually abortion. That is false. Every scenario that I list for you here is abortion and would be affected by abortion laws, and you need to be aware of that. There are, in fact, some states that do make a exception for when the life of the person who's pregnant is in danger. And to that I say, one, we shouldn't have to worry about when we can cross that line or not, right? How
Yeah, I agree with that. I really agree with that.
in danger does my patient need to be before I can intervene? In pregnancy, you are always at an increased risk of anything that can happen to you in life. So you're at a higher risk of hemorrhage and death and homicide and suicide and
This is
domestic violence and pulmonary embolism and stroke and hypertension and every single thing, okay? So you're always at an increased risk of everything, including death, while you are pregnant as compared to when you are not pregnant. So knowing that,
John Stevenson, makes no sense in real concentration camps. You don't get to go back home to your own country, dummy. Oh, really? Are all the people being sent to El Salvador going back to their own country? And by the way, Trump is actually sending people to countries where they're not from. I don't know if you watch the news. Probably not. He's sending them to random countries. So that not a good example there. I could actually make some examples that kind of contradict my metaphor, but you can't even come up with a good contradiction to the metaphor, even though there are plenty. Anyway.
when they put in these laws that are like, if there is a medical need, like the person's life is in danger, tell me when that happens, right? All right, so we can all look at someone who is actively bleeding to death and go, okay, that is a medical emergency, right? You don't have to be a doctor to tell me that. What about somebody who is 8 weeks pregnant? They were using contraception, not that that matters, but they were, and they have Marfan syndrome. They have a dilated aortic root, which means that they are extremely...
By the way, folks, highly support women who want to get an abortion. It's your body, your choice. You can do whatever the hell you want. I get it. There are medical things necessary for it. Even if it's just a family planning choice, you do what's right for you. Okay? Nothing wrong with getting an abortion at all. Okay. And by the way, folks, if we did stop abortions, if we did try to ban it, you know what happens? People who are against abortions, what they really are is pro the death of women. Because when you ban abortions, you see an uptick in women dying from doing abortions themselves. Because no matter if you ban abortion, you know what'll happen? There'll still be women trying to get abortions because it's so medically necessary and so necessary for life planning. And they will do it without the care of a doctor and they will die. So for those that claim to be pro-life and want to end abortions, the truth is that you're pro-death of women. I just want to put that out there. So, okay.
High risk for having a complication during this pregnancy that kills them. All right. We know this at 6 weeks. Although at 6 weeks, everything's fairly fine. Their vitals are fine. They're normal. They're feeling fine. Nothing's going wrong. All right.
Yeah.
When is it okay to terminate that pregnancy? Should I wait until the person
there you go,
is
JDH. Gross.
actually having a physical manifestation of the Marfan syndrome and dilated aortic root? Or should I do it early? Well, I would say if the person wants to abort the pregnancy, I should do it early because that is in the best interest.
Oh my guys, look, guys, we have a picture of Donald Trump after he met Bill Clinton. Look. You see it? I thought this would be a funny joke. Drink up, America. Look at that. Thank you, Victoria, for sending that. Anyway, I'll go back. Forgive me. Let's go back over here.
Interest of their health. It also makes the abortion less risky for them, and it's earlier, and we would like to have less later abortions, right? All right, that makes sense. But that would be very hard to do in places like Texas at the moment. So when
Don't start with me, Kai's Jones music. Are we really, guys? Are we really getting to the point where there are people coming in here defending the genocide of the Native Americans? Okay, I love that. Kai's Jones music. In regards to the British people who invaded native tribes in North America to make it British America, you can hardly consider native tribes as countries. They were not countries. They had no laws. Oh, God help me. I don't even. Oh, my Lord. Okay, I guess that justifies everything done against them. I love that. I love that, you guys. I love that. Yay. Okay, we've really descended to a low point, haven't we? For all my communities out there who are going to battle in chat here, I deeply respect you. Thank you.
does the line cross where we go, okay, actually now we can
Yeah,
intervene?
Louise. I can't, like, that's
So
disgusting.
a 19-week pregnant patient presents via EMS and they're hemorrhaging. They have a placenta previa and they lost a liter of blood at the scene. They have
G-Man,
transfusion.
I understand you. I get it. Okay. But I would say, G-Man, my thing is if you're unsure, consider what I said about the more you limit it, the more women die. And I get it, though. People have different views on this. I'm not saying we should have, like, I'm not saying I want, like, abortions like the day before the baby's born, for example, or something. Then we might need some sort of limit. I kind of want scientists to figure that out. But like, you see what I mean?
Going. Her 6-year-old's there. They would really like you to save their mom's life. And what do you do now? Any scenario where you stop that bleeding, unless it just stops on its own, which is not common if they're bleeding that much, is an abortion. Okay, so when A-Plug says abortion is never medically necessary, what they mean is, actually, in that scenario you just listed at 19 weeks with a massive hemorrhage, if you do a hysterotomy and take the baby out, then that's not an abortion. That is an abortion. So they're trying to change the language to fit into their box, which I always find to be extremely problematic because that's not what happens when they write the laws. The continual insistence to play
I like
around
this
with
woman. I really like this woman. Oh, no, of course not, Alyssa. Like, and I'm not saying, I'm like, the folks is, I'm not a medical expert. Honestly, guys, I got to tell you, I'm kind of, if I were to eyeball it, this sounds bad. If I were to eyeball it, I'd say the cutoff line is birth. Now, but I am not a scientist. I am not an ethicist. I would need to look. I don't know enough about the details of that, about the developments and things like that. I am saying, though, I'm willing to have a conversation about that based off what experts are saying and stuff like that. All right. But okay. Yeah. And like, but I'm saying that is I think that's an okay area to discuss, but like, we can talk about that. All right. Third trimester. There you go. All right.
language, and change language is a very intentional thing that has been done. And I was just reading another study. Okay. Man, we're really off the rails, but we're going to talk about this one too, because it's relevant here. The intentional changing of language around this topic is very problematic. And we can see that based on a study. And if you don't know what I'm talking about...
Matt Saigai, I disagree, okay? I disagree with you. You say that argument is used only by pro-lifers, is used by pro-lifers to restrict abortion rights. Yeah, that is used. But I told you my opinion. I have heard legitimate people who are not pro-lifers make the argument that there should be some sort of limitation when it comes to timing, but like very... but far more liberal than what a lot of pro-lifers support. It's just not an area I know much about. Like I said, my idea with the cutoff would be birth. Okay, I don't give a shit. I know that's bad, but okay, but we can debate that. I don't know enough about it.
AAPLOG, AAPLOG is something I've talked
I know.
about before. This is the Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs, which is not a, it's a propaganda machine just like every other anti-choice advocacy group. They like to say things like abortion is never medically necessary, which we all know is false,
exactly,
right? But a lot of times people struggle to combat because they don't know why a professional organization of doctors would say such a thing. And so this is something that is oftentimes really clung to by the anti-choice group, because they then go, look, see, now I have a reason to say that it's never medically necessary. Well, that's because they're changing language. And the problem with changing language is exactly this, that we have research to support something I have long thought, which is that reclassifying these pregnancies as not being abortion because they were either wanted or they were very viable, meaning like 22 weeks or whatever it was, is incredibly endangering.
Canadian chick, that is simply false historically. You have no idea what you're talking about. None. I'm a historian. What you're saying is complete bullshit. It is not true, and I don't know where you heard that nonsense propaganda, but you really ought to read a book, Canadian chick. You really ought to read a book, okay? That is 100% not true in regards to slavery. And I don't know if you were reading Mein Kampf or something. I don't know where you got that. Were you reading Robert E. Lee's journal? Like, what were you doing? Did you hear a speech from the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan? I don't know where you got that talking point. It's just bullshit. It's just historically bullshit. Okay? All right.
To the health of people who are pregnant. And you can see here in this study, they've gone through, and it's just a survey response. So there's going to be some problems with this, but it still is, I think, very valuable data, where they sent out some studies to OBGYNs and asked
there you go,
them
outer signal.
to detail if they would consider a pregnancy ending intervention for 22-week intrauterine
Probably
infection
I have a
to
treat
be
for you.
classified as an induced abortion. And they have said that half would not consider that an abortion. And this is a direct effect of changing of language in order to fit comfort levels, because the word abortion was hijacked by politics, okay? Does this mean that your patient has to say,
Malzord.
I had an abortion? No, that's stupid. If that's not the language that they feel comfortable with, then that's not the language they have to use. But the people providing the care have to continue to classify intentional pregnancy ending procedures as abortion when they are done knowing that the fetus will not survive. Because this is important to making sure that the law is not confusing. Does this make sense? Does what I'm saying make sense?
Right, law school pro.
And then the implication that they've said here is that under unclear legal definitions, legislative interference, and administrative overreach, subjectivity and classification creates inconsistency in care for pregnancy complications. Failure to classify life-saving care as abortion contributes to stigma and facilitates restrictions with increasing danger and less autonomy for pregnant people. Who are the authors on this study?
That's true, Finn.
I'm going to look up this person. This is like, they put it.
Oh my God, she's getting triggered. I feel her. I got it. I like
words
this woman.
and numbers, something that I have tried to find a better way to say for years, and something that I knew was a problem for years, but didn't know how to phrase it. And I am so thankful that this study exists.
Okay, I love that. All right, you guys. I'm going to put up my face here, guys. Yeah, no, that's my point, G-Man, is I think there are legitimate debates about, like, really late term, and I know you guys may disagree with me. I'm saying these debates are legitimate. I am not saying I believe that. I said the cutoff should be birth. Okay, I'm just saying that I've heard people of, like, legitimate philosophers and ethicists and things like that, medical ethicists, debate those things. I know, Matt Saigai, that's your opinion. Okay, I'm just saying that I have heard legitimate debates about that, like really late term. And it doesn't mean I want to see that enforced. You see what I mean? Okay. Nope, Matt Saigai, I'm telling you, I am not. Thank you, Law School Pro. See, Law School Pro agrees. Okay, I'm not saying, how dare you, Doug? Okay. The people that I'm talking about are not pro-life. They're not doing it to defend pro-life people at all. All right, there are serious debates about this. Okay, that are about like late term shit. Um, okay, and I'm not. All right, okay, you're damn right, Matt Sci guy. Okay, anyway, um, yeah, exactly, Lee Lane. That's what I'm saying. Like, all right, I want, but guys, I point out like, okay, um, so yeah. No, I know Matt Saigai, but that's my point, Matt Saigai, right? Is that we limit the people I have the ethicists out there have said that we shouldn't do late term unless it's medically necessary. So we don't do late terms, right? Which is a limit on abortion, isn't it? Okay. And I think the cutoff, if anything, I'm like liberalizing that a bit. You see what I mean? By saying, well, I think the cutoff should be birth. But okay. I'm okay. It's kind of it's a useless point to debate, I guess. It's just okay. Okay. All right. So all right, you guys. So moving on. Um okay, guys, maybe I'll shut my mouth about that. I literally I want women to be able to do whatever they want. I'm saying that I think the cutoff should be birth. But I've heard legitimate people have debates about this in regards to like so there are people out there who are pro-choice. Anyway. So yeah, no, exactly, outer signal, right? Um, but philosophers and stuff, they debate hypotheticals. So like I've heard people debate hypotheticals, but like you're right, it never happens anyway. Okay. Okay, guys. So let me put up okay. Uh let me put up my face here. All right, you guys. Um yeah. Okay, guys. So all right. We hello so folks. Okay, guys. Thank you, Law School Pro. Thank you. I like my jester hat as well. I'm seeing what you guys are thinking. The majority of abortions are done strictly because they don't want the kid. Okay. Uh, Nothing's wrong with it, John. Nothing's wrong with taking a morning after pill. But does that mean that women shouldn't be allowed to choose other forms of pregnancy termination if they want to? No. Okay. Um, Alyssa, thank you for fighting, etc. But there are people making disingenuous arguments. Ignore that. Ignore the person saying you want to murder babies. All right. Okay, guys. So let's hear. Guys, for those that I know people are yelling at me, even though okay, I want to point out, guys, that historically there were abortions done right before birth. Sometimes, which I would have viewed as immoral, especially if the woman didn't want it to have happen. But anyway, this doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. That almost never happens. But if we talk like philosophically, like if there's a pregnant woman and the father, anyway, okay. Um, okay, you guys. So let's see here. I know, Matt Saigai, I know you're very angry, but there were times, Matt Saigai, where back in the day when they could not tell if a woman was pregnant, and suddenly a woman has a very large belly that they previously may have thought was some sort of inflammation or something, they would get rid of the child or the fetus. And I don't really care. I'm just saying, like, there are anyway, I'll shut up. Okay. They did do it on purpose sometimes, Matt Saigai. Okay. Uh all right, you guys. So let's go here. So introduced a bill for to annex Greenland to Florida. All right. So, all right, guys. Let's now. What time is it? It is 4:27. Okay. So we let us. Okay. No, I know. All right. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't talk with nuance. Okay. I don't care. I am saying that there are people who make legitimate arguments based off history and based off things like that, that in regard to like really late term shit. And I think it is foolish for us to dismiss all of that because these people are not trying to oppress women. And it a lot. Well, okay, there are, but most of the people are disingenuous. Okay, but there are legitimate conversations about those things in regards to that that are okay, that don't really matter. But all right, okay, you guys. So what I'm going to say here is, okay. So if a pregnancy was known to be high risk and kill my wives, I should just let my wife die. That's crazy. Uh, no, it's like, so Finn, no. So Finn, that's a fair point. So Finn says that the pregnancy was known to be high risk. So like back in the day, sometimes they would do that. They would not execute, I'm sorry. They would purposely cause a miscarriage, if you want to say that, of women who were obviously very late in pregnancy because they didn't want the child. And even if the wife wanted it and there was no, or even if the wife, okay, the wife might not want it, but if there was no issue, this is complicated. They're historical situations. I don't really want to get into it right now, but okay. Women should never be forced, of course. Yeah, there you go, Meowsword. So, okay. So, that's actually a good point, Meowsword. Okay, fine, folks. I retract the statement. I retract it. You've convinced me. I was just saying that because I do know that there are legitimate people out there who have moral debates about these things. I do not believe in it. I believe that the line is birth. I was just saying that, okay. Yeah, all right. Let's, I'll shut up about that. The more I think about what Matt Saigai says here, there could be harm done by me even even mentioning that. So perhaps I shouldn't mention it. Okay, I won't mention it. How about that? I'll withdraw that. Okay. All right. Okay, you guys. So let me put my okay. Alyssa, that's fair. Okay. Although, as I said, Alyssa, I believe at birth, like I don't care. Women should decide. I'm just saying that there are people who argue late that are not doing it with. Okay, never mind. I'll shut up. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me put my. So I put my face up here. What time is it? Okay. Bye-bye, Law School Pro. Goodbye, Law School Pro. So, folks, it is about that time for us to go. It is about that time for to let us us go. All right. All right. Also, most pro-lifers are happy to send their children to war. Oh, absolutely. Trump failed. Okay. I know, Matt Saigai. Guys, let me explain something. You do know that historically, sometimes when a woman would have a baby, they would literally take that baby and put it in the wilderness and let it die, right? And whether the woman wants that or not, they would often sometimes at the last second decide to, even if there was no health risk or anything like that, decide to like basically give the woman a chemical that would get rid of the baby, which was basically no different from then just like putting the baby out in the wilderness. Like I'm just saying, uh, I'm talking philosophically here, right? I am not. I don't care. I'm saying the line should be birthed. I don't. I feel like no people aren't understanding my argument here. But do we see how there could be arguments made that are not attempting to oppress women that have to do with doing things like that? Okay, just like real severe situations. Okay, I'll shut up now. I'll shut up. Okay. Um. All right. So, guys, bye-bye, virtual violence. I'm about to go. I'll come back on tomorrow. Um. Uh. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. Okay. Oops. Oh no, I broke it. I broke my bone hand, guys. I broke my bone hand. Okay. Um. Okay. Thank you. I know you do, Alyssa. I'm just I'm frustrating. So I'm frustrated. It's women's decisions. Okay. So I know. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. Yeah, guys, wasn't that kind of cute? By the way, I love too much boning. That this is So what was I saying here? Tomorrow I will come back on. Tomorrow's my birthday. I will still be streaming, but I will probably come on probably around 1 or 2, maybe a bit before that. You know it changes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, fine, weird amorphous blob, fine. All right. So Automod is a snowflake. That's probably true. Guys, you all had a great I love going to battle with all of you. That was kind of fun. With all those people in here, and then watching Alyssa go to battle against all these people was kind of cool. All you people going to battle in the chat was fun. Loved watching that, even if it kind of upended the stream a bit. Okay, so all right, you guys. So yeah, I'll do a birthday stream tomorrow. All right, you guys. So everyone ready, guys? Oh yeah, it's your birthday too, Doug, because Doug has the same birthday as me. Yeah, join our Discord if you haven't already. Yeah, that was badass. Alyssa was coming in here and taking names. Alyssa took my name for God's sake. I know it wasn't that fun, G-Man. We also had that weirdo pro segregationist come in here, and at that point, I'm like, okay, you're gone. Bye bye. There is a day when the strength of casual revolt may fail, but it is not this day. Yeah, Matt Saigai had his sword going. Matt Saigai was kicking ass. This was badass. It was like that battle from Lord of the Rings where Rohan came down the hill. That was fantastic. And, oh, look, we got one person coming in here saying, crap hat. I like my hat. How dare you? Okay, I'm so offended. At least you're not becoming old, CR. Oh, shut up, Drizzle. You know I'm deathly old. I'm like part of the way to death here. And then, of course, we also had Finn. Well, lots of people came in here. The one person coming here and saying, "Oh, it was okay to kill the natives." Like, what the fuck? All right, it was kind of fun though. I thought it was fun. No, Matt Saigai was going to war against me, and I'd say it was in a positive way, even though I disagree with him. He was standing up for women, and then Matt Saigai was also going up to war against a bunch of bots and stuff in here. Okay, feel masochistic tonight? Let's watch Rings of Power. Oh, let's not, Dionys. Okay. Okay, everyone ready? I'm going to go now. I will come back on tomorrow for the birthday stream. Love you all very much. Thank you, everyone who contributed. I rely on that. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone ready? So, first of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. I know, right, Mr. King K? Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what there was a war for this land and we won. Oh my God, why do we have the goddamn fascist people who want to slaughter Native Americans coming into chat? Hilarious. Okay, anyway, never stop resisting. Resist what question what authority figures say to you. Don't always believe what they say. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. Maybe I'm wrong about that abortion stuff I was saying. But the easiest way but always question that stuff. Don't get caught in an information silo. Okay. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some sacrifices for some of the things we have today. some of the rights we have, some of the liberties, some of the rights for women, economic liberties, and things like that. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. Also, folks, we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. Okay. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. We need to resist this fascism, not only for our own sakes, but for the sake of the planet. Okay. Please, for the sake of everyone. And on that note, folks, free Palestine, free Sudan, free Ukraine, viva Venezuela, protect Greenland. Love you all very much. Okay. Finn, I would scalp them. How about this? How about this, Finn? I will scalp them for you so that you don't have to have the embarrassment of being stereotypical. I know I shouldn't say that, Finn. You get what I mean? I think it's good to call for the scalping. All right. So resist. Okay. Everyone good on that? Love you, Finn. All right. Everyone, goodbye. See you tomorrow. For some reason, the button isn't clicking. Wait for it. The button isn't working. Well, so how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? I will, this is awkward. Yeah, this is awkward. How's everyone doing? How's everyone? Everyone good? Everyone good? Everyone living a good life out there? Everyone living a good life? So, you know what, guys? I decided to keep streaming. This isn't an accident. This is on purpose. This button will not work. So how is everyone? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? You know what? I've decided that I would love to hear how you all are doing. Would someone tell me? Yes, Alyssa, I want to hear. How are you doing, Alyssa? Please rage for me. I should, Victoria. I should. How's everyone? Everyone good? Everyone good? Let me see if I can fix this. You can't, like, should I hide from the screen? Like, is that better? You know what? Whatever. I need to take the hat off and shit. I'm getting hot. I need to figure out why this isn't working. Your power went out? Oh, I'm sorry, Meowser. That has happened to me before, too. I get that. One kid has ear infection and another one has a pink eye. I'm so sorry, Alyssa. Oh, my God. My hair looks awful. That's what happens when I wear that hat. My hair is a complete shit show, folks. Complete shit show. Oh, thank you, G-Man. Thank you. I'm glad you're doing well, really. Thank you. Everyone should be more like G-Man and that you compliment me frequently, okay? Everyone needs to compliment me more frequently, all right? Maybe I'll be nicer to all of you if you compliment me frequently. That's true, Dolly Boy. I don't care about you specifically. I'm literally trying to figure out why the hell it's not working. Yeah, I like being glazed, Meowzord. He bait and switched us. I didn't mean to. Okay, this is just thank you. Anders Peterson just said I just farted. Good for you, really. Nice excuse. Oh, come on, Hiyori. Don't. Okay, Hiyori, you're turning on me too. Hiyori, yeah, I would. You know, Hiyori, I would rather. I'd rather pour lemon juice on a wound than stay with all of you. Okay, I got to tell you, I'd rather. Yeah, it's literally just not working. I keep clicking it. I might need to reset. God, my hair looks awful. I might need to reset the OBS here. Okay, good. Excellent, Finn. No, Matt Saiga, I've done that before and it's kept doing it. Give me a second. I'm trapped in this dream world. Well, I never said that, Doug, but Doug, I haven't gone on a date with you yet, so clearly I don't have a hot date tonight. Okay, I don't know. I just felt like flirting randomly. I love you too, Anders Peterson. I love you too. I don't know you, but I love you. Okay? I'm sure you're a loving person. Give me a second. Okay. Oh, there, I figured it out. Okay, everyone ready now? Sorry, but I'm going to go now. I might get back on later. I literally might get back on later because I might have trouble sleeping. I know, Doug. Oh, I know, right? Oh, I'm naughty, aren't I, Doug? I might get back on later if I have trouble sleeping, etc. Okay, but we'll see about that. We'll see about that. Everyone ready? And everyone have a good rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow if I don't get back on. And if I do, I'll see you then. Love you all. Free Palestine. Bye. Bye. You're the best.